Allergic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code. Run it again with it. XOX cockroach code. Run it again with it. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code. Run it again with it. XOX cockroach code. Run it again with it. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do. Say that we Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, and we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it all we get, we give it all we get. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Strip away, edit, ignore the hate. And now we big tongue status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we get, we give it all we get. Give it more, oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we get, we give it all we get. Oh yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Oh, why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me down. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet. wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost, you never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize in the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize in the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, no sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize in the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize in the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and then. Whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarded. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and then. Whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर उठाऊंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
फुटबॉल गगनेश एज को नॉक करेगा, ट्रिगर को गेम से बाहर करेगा एंड द चैंपियंस दे पेइंग द प्राइस विद द ब्लड।
Merry Christmas everyone. Is going to be an action-packed Christmas as we are in the last day of Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals. The main question is, will the top teams continue the domination or the bottom will topple over a few others? At the end of the day, it will be only top 16 who will move into the challenge finals where the real challenge awaits. My name is Shadow. Alongside me joining is going to be Fixes. And Fixes, yesterday we saw Gujarat Tigers going all bonkers in the lobby. What are you expecting today?
Yeah, they're going to do more of that tonight. And I'm pretty sure the teams on the TBD top, the ones that are around the top 5 or top 6, they are going to go ham on the entire lobby. But, I'm not interested in them tonight. I am interested in the teams that are from the 11th to the 24th position because it is looking very volatile. And by any means, Shadow, anybody could make it. It all comes down to the 4 games that they have to play and they have to go all out, give it their all.
Definitely, especially if we talk about the players of Team Hyderabad Hydras, FN Esports. FN, yes, they did manage to get a winner chicken dinner yesterday, but that's not enough because they are still in the danger area. But let's have a look at the format, that how all these teams continue their journey till the open finals. We started off with 2 open qualifiers, and from each open qualifier, top 12 teams moved into the open finals. And from here on, only top 16 will move into the challenge season. There, 16 invited teams will be waiting for them. And from there, top 16 will move into the challenge finals.
Yeah, and that's going to be so much exciting. But today also holds a lot of excitement like we've already discussed. And yes, the grand finals, they are going to be amazing. It is going to be another one of those lands. So much has changed from the previous grand final earlier in 2024 this year, and the teams are fighting for a massive prize pool of 1 crore rupees, out of which the lion's share goes to the winners, getting 50 lakhs for themselves, and it keeps on descending. The second getting 20, the third getting 8 lakhs respectively. But that's just not it, right, Shadow? We've got a lot of individual accolades also on the line.
Oh, of course, that is going to be there for the MVP, for the finisher. So many individual prize money is there. Total of 1 crore, massive prize pool. But all that money will come when you move into the challenge finals. But before challenge finals, there is challenge season also. So it's a long journey for all the teams and for all the players. It's going to be very rewarding in terms of the money which they are getting out of it. The MVP will be getting 50,000 rupees. The first finisher will get 60,000. The second finisher will get 30,000 rupees. So like you said, individual prize money is also be there. But how do you earn that money? By getting the points. The first place team is going to get 10 placement points. The second will get 6. This has been the default point structure we have been witnessing since a very long time. The main problem is that teams are not able to find that perfect balance between the points, placement points and the finish points.
Of course, I mean, this point structure has been there for quite some time. It's nothing new, and I'm pretty sure all the players and the viewers are well adept and aware of how things are going to be. But now I think it's time that we talk about matters at hand, because there have been so many of those teams from 11 to 24. At least I think you would be anticipating a lot of turbulence today in the lobby. And like we discussed, Shadow, we've got some bigger names struggling over there. I think one of the major ones would be the likes of IST Sports, and then we also have Hyderabad Hydras. Yesterday we saw a lot of teams like Hidden Ones really amping up the aggression and getting a lot of those finishes for themselves towards the end. But before we head on to the matches, I think we need to take a quick look at how things stand post-match 12. So Gujarat Tigers, Team Jelly, they have been doing phenomenal. So same goes for the likes of Wingod also. And even for WSP, or rather you can call them RedxRoss, they've been doing fairly decent. At least till the top 8, there's nothing to be really concerned about. But the moment, Shadow, we move over to this page, look at this. So we've got GENxFM at 53. But when you look at Legit, who are on 11th spot at 49 points, And when you take a look at SPA, who are on 34, I believe it's just that one good game, if they can get it, and they could easily propel themselves and get themselves back right into the competition and feel a little bit safe.
Oh, they have to. There is no other option. SBA, yes, they did have a good, I won't say a very good run on day number 2. Day number 1 was better for them. Speaking of F1 esports, they did pull off a chicken dinner yesterday, and because of that, they're sitting on the 17th spot. They need to continue the same performance on this day as well. But 7 Habit, a big name, is there right at the bottom of the leaderboard. That's something concerning. Future Stars with only 16 points. Team Blasty is also just having 18 points. Do or die. Hyderabad Hydras, we have been talking about this team since day number 1. Seems like their misery continued on day number 2. So day number 3, they need to turn a new leaf. Otherwise, I don't see Hyderabad Hydras qualifying for the next stage.
The only game that I can recall Hyderabad Hydras played really well was in the game of Miramar, and that was pretty much it. Barring that, the remainder of the 3 games, they looked quite lost. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Moksha as an IGL because he's the only retained player, and they've got 3 other new names. But and again, you've got players like Clutchcord who also had newer teams, and look at them. They are sitting right at the very top, including even Team Jelly. So I don't think that could be used as an excuse anymore. You need to find a little bit of balance. And the worst part is it does not have enough time to fix and mend these issues, because the moment you are eliminated from this stage, there is no tomorrow for you in this tournament. At least you have to wait for a couple of more months, and then it is going to be the next official tournament. But again, that would hurt your confidence quite a lot. Along with Hyderabad Hydras, we discussed about the likes of Diesel. We have talked about SPA Esports. 2 of these teams we have seen in the previous tournaments. They've made it into the grand finals. Gokul, one of those players who's quite well known for his rotations. But we've also seen Diesel struggling. The same has been the case with SBA Esports time in, time again. They've been having so many of those drop clashes. And I feel like today it's going to get even more worse for them, considering that now that teams have a good chance of kicking them out of this tournament, they are definitely going to go for that.
I think Diesel Esports compared to day number 1, day 2 was slightly better for them because they did propel from the 18th spot to the 15th spot. They need to continue doing the same thing. Yesterday, yes, they were going for a little aggressive approach, going for those vehicle chase and something like that. So Diesel Esports, I think they need to play their cards very correctly. They need to be a little careful because towards the later games, last 3 games, I think the top teams will go all bonkers. They won't care who is in front of them. They'll take all that extra risk because anyhow they're qualifying for the challenge season. So that could mean the bottom teams are under extreme pressure, especially in the first 3 games.
And I think it's going to keep on going on because now we've got 2 different storylines. On the one side, we've got teams that have easily qualified. They are just going to go all out, maybe test themselves, test how good they are in terms of engaging in those 4v4 fights, or rather, in simpler words, prepare themselves for the challenge stage. But then that is where the pressure really surmounts on the teams that are struggling, because you never know. A team like Jelly or a team like Wingod or maybe even Gujarat Tigers could just drop in on you and just wipe you out. Or maybe even if they get wiped out, they might cause some severe casualties, which will hurt them in the longer run. So I think that is something that they have to be very careful about, because Necro was even complaining that he was getting bored with all those slow games, and in the final couple of matches that we had, it was so fast. It was so difficult to even keep on processing what was happening. It was fights happening left, right and center. And then there were teams like GENxFM. We had Hidden Ones. Hidden Ones suddenly changed their gears. They started going all out, and that showed. And this is the hunger that we would want to see from the rather newer teams inside of the lobby, inside of this esports community, stepping up, because next week is going to be really, really hard. They need to be prepared for it.
Oh, they have to be. And I don't think there is anything wrong or there is any harm in doing so that Team Jelly or Wingod Esports, any of them decides to drop in towards where Hyderabad Hydras likes going in, or any other team who is right at the bottom, because everyone wants to eliminate any team which can be danger for them in the next stage. There is no harm in doing that. You need to be prepared for any sort of scenario. Suppose 2 teams come into your drop location, you have to be prepared. You have to have a secondary drop location in that sort of a scenario. So all the teams who are at the bottom 8 teams, they are in a very dangerous spot. They need to start the day on a very good note. They need to have those extra and good points from the very first game. Otherwise, challenge season, maybe they'll have to wait for 1 extra year.
Yeah, certainly. And that's going to be quite gutting. And especially considering when participation in is just not in hundreds, it's in thousands. And you've made it so far. You surely would not want to fail. But we also need to talk about teams like F1 Esports. When the clock almost struck 11, they decided to wake up. Of course, not a lot of finishes, but they still had a chicken dinner in their bag, giving them a little bit of a momentum heading on into the final day. And then also for the likes of Team Empire, they were quite decent towards those latter phase of the games yesterday, at least getting a couple of position points here and there. So I think they really need to double down upon it. But then I'm still concerned about the likes of Team Plasti. And there was a moment yesterday, even for 7 Habit, they had the chicken dinner right in front of them, and we also how it was kind of taken away from them, and they need to work on those mistakes. And the worst part is they do not have enough time.
I think 7 Habit in the entire course of 2 days, they had only one good Erangel where they came so close to getting a chicken dinner. Other than that, I think 7 Habit, they were completely missing. Yes, they were trying to do those third parties, but other than that, no good performance, no good impact they have made in the game so far, except for that Erangel. And the same time, I think there is one more team we need to talk about. That is going to be Asla Esports. Lot of things were expected from this team, but yes, they were in the safe area on day number 1 at the right 16th spot, but they have taken a downfall. Now they are somewhere placed on the 20th spot. So Asla Esports is also one of those names. The players have been sticking together since a very long time. The synergy is there. I don't know, they can't give the excuse that is the pressure of the stage or something like that because they have the LAN experience. Also they have played few good tournaments in the past, so that can't be an excuse. Asla also needs to buckle up, but there is a team who buckled up really well. That is BotArmyEsports.
Yeah, for BotArmyEsports, I think towards those final stages, at least in that one game of Miramar, they were quite cunning, quite smart in their approach. But when we talk about the likes of Asla, like you said, I completely agree with you. They've been sticking to each other for a long time, and feels like they've gone stale. It also feels like the shot callings aren't really there. Every single decision they take hasn't really been going their way. Their 4v4 fights have been looking quite weak. So they really need to go down, work from the scratch. But that being said, folks, we've got the schedule in front of us. It is day number 3. So we've got Erangel, the first map. And of course, Group A and B will be fighting it out against each other. So we've got 2 Erangels. Then we'll be following it up with Sanhok, where Group A is going to be taking a backseat, and C will be joining the fray. And then from there onwards, we've got Miramar, Erangel, and Miramar. So we've got 3 Erangel, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok. So that is pretty much obvious. We've been dealing with that all the day around. But now taking a look at the groups also, Shadow, we've got Group A and B playing over here. So the teams to eye out for will definitely be F1 Esports, 7 Habit, SPA, and Bot Army. On the other side, you would want to see the likes of DOT step up, Hyderabad Hydras for sure, and a little bit of Diesel Esports as well.
Oh, definitely. Diesel Esports, we have eyes on them. Yes, they are not in the best of the spot in the leaderboard at this point. They are placed at the 16th spot. 15th, if I'm not wrong. 15, 16, somewhere like that. They're still in the danger area. One good game from any of the bottom teams, that means they can be propelled by some other team and they'll be in the danger area. So Diesel Esports, they also need to play their cards right. 7 Habit, they look promising. Do or die, I don't know what's happening to them, because I think the rotations, the position, the call-outs have been completely off since day number 1, because every single game the individual players are getting picked off, either the rotations are getting cut off. Do or die, they have been looking very off.
They certainly have been, and there's no other way that we can sugarcoat that. Do or die can certainly do better, but we'll be hoping for better days to come ahead as we charter through the skies. It is going to be the first game of Erangel, folks. The flight path trajectory, as you can clearly see, it's heading off from Primorsk towards Stalber maybe, but our interest will be, of course, in where does the first circle form, because yesterday we witnessed a lot of those Georgie circles. We witnessed something happening around the Everest area, then it was somewhere around just the bottom of school. So we've not seen those awkward southern circles. But if we get to see a curveball right like that from the very get-go, it's going to be such an interesting affair.
Oh, I love those kind of circles where there is a curveball where all the teams have to make the rotations. I love it when the teams struggle. But for now, I think we are going to witness a decent circle. But 2 teams, they are going towards the side of military base. That is going to be the players of BotArmyEsports, and we have the players of SBA as well. Diesel Esports toward the side of Primos. Then we have Middle also. But I think there is going to be drop clash also between the players of Myth and the team in the pink. I think GenxFM is also in the close proximity, but FS and Eternity, both these teams are also heading towards the North Georgia pull. Speaking of Team Eternity, except for that Miramar where Captain pulled off a 1v3, I think Eternity is also quite missing after day number 1.
Yeah, Eternity, even for the likes of Medal Esports, they're also taken quite some dip over there. But, we have to focus on the matters at hand. As you can see, Future Stars and Eternity right beside each other. However, Future Stars, they've decided to just back off from over here, and for all the right reasons, right? They are sitting quite below in terms of the overall standings. Would want to make sure that they do not make any of those early mistakes, because we have also seen yesterday that they've been on the receiving end of things, losing out on the players quite early on. But look at this circle. I like this. Kind of bending towards that Katka region. You've got Bunny Esports, even for the likes of Diesel. I think this is one of the games where they really need to convert, really need to get some big points. At least 15 should be the bare minimum over here.
Of course. But I love the circle, like you said. It could be a quarry circle, which makes it very difficult and tricky for the teams to play around with, because all the terrains in the quarry region are so difficult to get a hold of. But on the other side of the map, we have a initial casualty happening from the side of Myth Esports. Instant trade has been made by the players of Team Hyderabad Hydras, and Moksh getting knocked out in that situation. Maxi going for a close frontal battle against Hunter, takes him down as well. Hyderabad Hydras again off to a very bad start as Maxi is going for the confirmation point. 2 players already lost.
Yeah, this was not supposed to happen. For Hyderabad Hydra, surely they want to fight back, and Seth is doing exactly the same. But look at this, the cavalry does arrive, does not have any ammunition, fights till the end. Ninja OP does get a knock with that dagger, but it is not going to suffice as Hyderabad Hydras. This is going to be such a huge blow, and I do not know how are they going to get themselves back from over here with just 3 games remaining as Medal Esports. They're also on the hunt as well. But both these teams quite comfortable at this point as Oxen, he takes his final breath as Spear with just a sliver of HP as the entire horde of Medal Esports pushing at his direction. It's all about just going in tandem with each other, spotting them out, and easy peasy lemon squeezy for legit to get that final finish. And with that being said, it's not just even minute 1 over. We already have 2 teams out of the lobby, and a lot of the viewers might be wondering why they are 13 instead of 15 now. Of course, one of the answers and the explanation shall be that Wind God aren't going to be partaking in the lobby, considering they could not have all of their players coming in to play the finals, and as a result of which they'll be sitting this one out.
Not really concerned about Wingod, because anyhow they're qualifying, and not concerned about Myth also. Early elimination I don't think is going to hurt them at all. But Hyderabad Hydras, they are in hot water, man. They are in deep trouble at this point with only 2 players, with only few games remaining. Even if they pull off a chicken tender, I don't see them qualifying for the challenge season. They need a very high fragging game. I don't know how they're going to pull it off. But moving on, Medal Esports, speaking about this team, they can go all bonkers. They are already in the safe area, and we have seen Medal performing really good. Day number 1, they did manage to get a chicken dinner in the very first game. After that, Medal has been performing really good. Speaking about Legit, Cyrex, Servith, all the players, even Prince also doing wonders. Cyrex is one of those players who is always in thick and thin of the things, going for the aggressive approach. But GENxFM is also one of those teams who never shy away from the fights. Day 1, they were struggling a little bit, but towards the last game, GENxFM did try to pull themselves up, and day number 2 also, they went for a very aggressive approach. They are always going for those finish points. Right now, they are in the school apartments, a good area to hold on to, but they need to be a bit careful, because if they'll go a little towards the side of Rozok, they might find the plus of Team 7 habits during the rotation.
And if I were GENxFM, I would love to take that fight. But rightfully said, because GENxFM, they were having a ball yesterday. Especially that standoff in Sanhok where they just did not eliminate SBA Esports without any casualty. They also managed to deal with the players of Future Stars with ease. that goes on to show that how much depth they have in their roster. And for 7 Habit, yes, they've been struggling really low on their morale, but we had a little bit of discussion about Medal Esports also, Shadow. I believe they did majority of their heavy lifting in day number 1 because come at day 2, they weren't looking that cohesive, right? As a result of which they've dropped down a lot of points and currently placed 9th in the overall standing. But still, I think I would not be much worried about them. They're feeling quite settled. They know that their real challenge starts next week. But taking a look at this particular circle, they've got nobody contesting Bunny Esports for Gatka, whilst everybody just ensuring they get their loot done, and maybe in the next couple of minutes, all these teams would eventually start taking up good position inside the circle.
Oh yes, they will definitely try to get a good compound to their name. Diesel Esports, I think they're going to be pretty happy because Circle is definitely favoring them a lot. They can get a lot of information, and they are one of those teams who can go for that aggressive 4v4 fights as well, where we can expect good outings in their favor. Especially speaking about Ordlo, this lad was wonderful on day number 1. The way he was trying to get those finish points for the team, even Goku and Pari and Sham, all the players of Team Diesel Esports have been looking very promising. But let's see if they can make it to the challenge season, because yes, they are placed at the 15th spot. They are in the safe area for now, but one bad game and maybe they can be out of the safe spot.
Yeah, that's a concerning part about Diesel Esports, because when you look at them and the style of play, we've seen they've always wanted to rotate late inside the game, and they always want to enter, or rather engage themselves in those third-party situations, and more often than not, they've been on the receiving end of things, always having those casualties during those fights, not having enough men alive in those final circles, or not even getting there at the very first place. So that is something that Gokul needs to figure out, because that's sort of an approach that he's going for. You need a lot of teamwork to engage in those fights, and considering you're a rather newer team, I do not know if I really like that decision. Of course, when you are very well settled, you've completely gelled up, you are going aggressive, makes sense. Otherwise, I would love to see some textbook BGMI, something that Prince has been doing with his team. The moment he watches a circle form in front of him, he instantly goes in for the center, does not take those unwanted risks, goes in for those calculated fights, and as a result, he had a very good day 1. So if Diesel could take a page out of Medal's book, then that could be really fruitful for them.
Yeah, Diesel, no complaints from their side as of now, but do or die. If they want to qualify for the challenge season, is going to be an uphill task. That could be the reason that they're going for a very slow rotation inside the circle. They're still in the stalbird, dealing with the brunt of the blue, going for the late rotation. But do or die are not the only team who are in the blue. We have the players of Team F1 as well. Then we have the players of Team RedxRoss, that is WSB as well. But look at the split which the players of WSB are having at this point. 2 players towards the side of shooting range, 2 players towards the northern side of Yasnia. Let's see what's going to be the approach, because even if they want to cross that bridge over Georgopol, we have 4 teams there. It's not going to be easy for WSB to cross that bridge, because we have Eternity, we have the players of Team Future Stars, and Gujarat Tigers, one of the most aggressive team in the lobby, is just waiting, or should I say gatekeeping all these 3 teams.
I think for RedxRoss, somewhere they're going to have a rather easier time, because, of course, they did a lot of that heavy lifting yesterday itself. And like you said, around that Georgie area, Gujarat Tigers, they will be the ones to be watched out for over there, because in front of them, you've got the likes of Future Stars, even for Eternity. Future Stars, especially considering how they've been struggling during the open finals, and this is where they cannot afford to have any casualty. But we do see some action happening down the southeastern side, where Medal Esports, like I said, they again want a very good position inside the zone, as they're heading towards where Diesel Esports are. And this could go severely wrong in massive proportions, considering the fact that they could also get sandwiched. But I like their approach. They want to breach in through the southern sides, or maybe from multiple angles, and just go headfirst on the players of Diesel. They know that this is a Diesel that is quite low in terms of confidence, and might as well engage with them early on. While GenxFM, they're going to be enjoying this sweet time, blocking off this bridge, dropping down on school apartments. They had their loot. They're completely loaded up. And BotArmyEsports, they've got a target on their heads.
Oh yes, they do definitely have. What Army, GenxFM waiting just for them right over the other side of the bridge. It's not going to be an easy fight because GenxFM is also one of those teams that is known for their aggression, that is known to win those 4v4 fights very convincingly. So BotArmyEsports, they need to be very cautious. Maybe they can go for the late rotation just like the players of F1 and Do or Die are doing at this point. Even Future Stars, they are still at the North Georgia pool. Gujarat Tigers, we saw yesterday how this team held on to that big mountain, big hill of the Georgia pool area, but now they have decided to move inside the circle because it's going to be an open circle or a quarry circle, which is never an easy circle to play. But just look at the discipline of the players of GenxFM. They're just waiting for BotArmyEsports. Bot Army. I don't know how they're going to cross over the bridge at this point.
And, by the looks of it, I think BotArmyEsports got a slight sensation in their body that says that there's somebody watching over. There's been no scouting party that has been sent over here. It's all these players of GenxFM starting to feel a little restless. Look at Dhruv even. He wants to get out of here, but finally Bunny Spot, they find themselves in the midst of action as Eternity decide to rotate in through, and eventually all they were trying to do is take over a compound, but suddenly Kratos, he gets yet another knock on towards Smog. And just like that, two players done and dusted for Eternity already. Down to their final two men. Kratos has got some grenades coming in. Feels like it was from his teammates itself. But now the backup has easily arrived. Kaiser and Tyrant both inside this compound. And now Bunny Spots are starting to surround them. And even Gujarat Tigers, they've heard all that commotion. Tyrant and Kaiser taking massive amount of damage over there. As the numbers do look quite overwhelming. Dope does get a beautiful knock onto its Kaiser, and the remainder play also gets finished off. But now Bunny Sport, they know that there is a huge task ahead of them, and that is going to be in the form of Gujarat Tigers.
Oh, Gujarat Tigers, they're just looking for the hunt. They are going for the blood, and that is exactly what they're trying to do at this point. They heard the gunshots, and they know there is a team fighting, and they're just ready to do the third party. But wait a second, right on the bridge at XFM, they have managed to get one knock onto the players of BotArmyEsports, but Vishu has also been lost. One casualty GenxFM has always suffered, but let's see if they're going to back off from this fight, and seems like they are going to back off. BotArmyEsports, it's not going to be easy for them as Dhruv is trying to close in the distance towards the set of Devotee Bay.
The timing was absolutely wrong for GenxFM. They held on to the bridge for quite a long time. And the moment they were looking to depart to get inside the circle, that is the point where BotArmyEsports decide to strike. Of course, GenxFM did manage to get that one finish, but at the cost of one of their players. So, of course, for BotArmy, this is going to be a bigger loss considering where they are standing in terms of the overall standings right now. Cannot afford to lose any more numbers down there. We've got another fight going on, still continuing. Gujarat Tigers against Bunny Esports, but this is what Devotee wants to do. He wants to make the best out of the situation, try and gather as many finishes as possible, instill as much hurt as possible into the hearts of the players of GenxFM, as now Madrick also being taken down. This is going to be quite concerning because now Evil, he's going to be the last player surviving for his team, and BotArmyEsports know this is going to be quite futile if they engage outside the circle, but they want to go in for those finishes as Scary Jaw dropped down to very low HPs, tanking the damage from the blue, but nice knock coming in from Evil's side. But that's all she wrote, as there you have it. BotArmyEsports successfully dealing with the players of GenxFM, get those 4 finishes to their bags and will get their players back up. It's still the second stage, nothing much to worry about. They're going to find a couple of more loot, and so far, all good in the hood, at least for BotArmy.
Oh yes, definitely. But kudos to Evil. Valiant effort from his side. He was able to bring down a 1v3 situation to a 1v1. But eventually, he was the one taken out. But Cyrex, He's aware about the position of the players of Team 7 Habit, who are pretty much pinned down in that warehouse. One single grenade can mark an end for them. But Clutch, who was going for the flank angle, has been read by the players of Team Metal perfectly. And he has already been knocked out. The confirmation has been made by Prince. And now 7 Habit, they are down to only 3-man army. Prince providing all the backline support. 7 Habit, they're pretty much pinned down. They're handicapped in that scenario. I don't know how they are going to deal with the situation because they have little room to move around, to work things in their favor. And Legend being up so close personal to the plus of 7 Habit, a single grenade can mark an end for more than one player.
So much bombardment going there inside of that warehouse, but Legit getting a little ahead of himself. A preemptive grenade cooked, landing right in perfection as now Medal Esports wind's taken off their sails as Cyrex, he's got to hold on to the fort, but look at him. He's going all in. Cyrex against Mink in a 1v1 situation, trying to search around through that murky smoke. Kallu OG, of course, he's there to provide that cover fire as Cyrex keeps himself out of harm's way as the entire warehouse has been smoked once again, just denying Prince and his teammates the vision to kind of go pushing in once more. As now somehow 7 Habit in the hopes of recuperating themselves. But seems like gotta take a quick look at the amount of resources that the players of Medal Esports have. Have they run out of grenades? Because you could see the players backing off a little bit. Look at Cyrex even showing his back. That is where Kallu OG comes out of his cover. Tries to take a couple of pot shots at his direction to no avail.
Oh yes, Middle Esports, they have decided to back off from that particular fight, but we have another fight in the blue. We have the plus of WSB locking horns with the plus of Future Stars, where Lucifer has been knocked down. The constant bombardment should be coming in from the side of Future Stars. Sense Boy is just ready with a follow-up nade and a perfect connection onto Ortho, who went for the rescue mission onto Lucifer, leaving Phoenix all by himself. The numbers are definitely not favoring the case of the plus of RedxRoss at this point. And Future Stars, it's an important game. Yes, the pressure has been lifted off the shoulders of the plus of RedxRoss at this point. But Future Stars, they are in the danger area. Every single game matters the most to them. And that's the reason that they're being so careful. They were going for the later approach, but no Metal didn't back off. They were taking a different route. And now they are hunting the plus of Team 7 Habit, where Kallu has been knocked out. Go down to a very low HP. He needs to patch himself up, but Legit with the S12 in his hands is looking for blood.
Look at this. Men with nothing to lose can be so deadly sometimes, of course. Sarvit, he feels the heat over there. But that being said, 7 Habit, they have been dealt with. Couple of more Grens at their direction, and Medal Esports getting 5 finishes already with just a loss of 1 player. And this is where Medal Esports, this is also a message sent out to the lobby. They are not the opponents to be trifled with. They have been oh so good. This time, of course, there were a little bit of those hiccups visible. But again, the central compound secured for them once more as the circle takes another western shift. You've got Bunny Esports, you've got the likes of Medal Esports, everybody having such a good spot inside the circle. But look at that paw coming in from Gujarat Tigers. Any given moment, they could maybe contesting for that central area, but they decide to eventually back off. So the majority of the cluster is either from the eastern side, or maybe we could expect even Diesel maybe inject themselves from the western areas. You've got a little bit of compounds to work with. They want to keep themselves away from all those fights. They're looking for the position points. They're definitely looking scared, but I hope they make the most out of the situation.
I like the approach of Diesel Esports when every other team is trying to go from the eastern side, opting for the different route. But on the other side, we have the plus of Do or Die, where Vampy has been taken out from the picture. FN already suffering the casualty, but Do or Die, they need to play the cards right, because every single time when they have gone for the aggressive approach, they were the one receiving it. They were the one getting eliminated. So this time also they need to be very careful. But the good thing is, they need to move inside the circle at this point, and F1 is also prioritizing the rotation. But Gujarat Tigers, in all this commotion, that is one team who can take advantage from all this and do a perfect third party, because Do or Die, Gujarat Tigers, F1, they are in such a close proximity to each other.
For Gujarat Tigers, it's all about going berserk. They've been waiting for their right opportunity to arrive. But yes, a very important game for Diesel, for the likes of Future Stars. even for DOD and for SPA Esports also. They've gotten past their first hurdle of having all their men alive, finally somehow managing to get inside the circle, find a decent spot to hold some covers. So things are looking good in the hood for them, at least so far. Gujarat Tigers still somehow just trying to find that perfect entry inside the zone. You've got RedxRoss also to deal with in the process. But RedxRoss is again another team, Shadow, that have somehow secured enough points for qualification. Bunny getting taken down by Cyrex as Middle Esports. A very good fortress setup. Non-chill pass is the call their captain has made. And the soldiers are definitely following his orders. Look at this. Gujarat Tigers, they have smelled blood. This time, going after the players of F1. Bridger right in front of him. We've seen F1 getting the chicken dinner yesterday in Sanhok. This time, the Molotov laid out to perfection. Asgara just burns down Arman. And he won't be spared. Leaving Mudit in the backlines with the hope that he could have maybe revived his teammate or could have come to his aid. But that is not going to happen anytime soon.
But the wall of ZW is also closing in, and F1, they have to deal with that as well. Gujarat Tigers, Mudit still holding on to that lower ridge angle. A lot of util being invested from the side of F1 and Gujarat Tigers at this point. Mudit also looking for some sort of connection from that grenade. But Gujarat Tigers, so far, no connection. And F1, the way they're holding on to the triple story, it's not looking very promising. But out of 10 teams, if you notice fixes, there are 6 teams who are still in the danger area, who are not in the top 16. So this game is extremely important for all these 6 teams, especially F1. Gara trying for that lower ridge flank angle onto Mudit. If he finds a connection onto Mudit, this is a fight which is going to go in the favor of F1. So Gara's position is going to be of prime importance at this point, as Mudit constantly bombarding the compounds of F1 in the backend support of Gods at this point. But seems like Gods has spotted down Gara. He's aware there is someone going for that low ridge flank. And they're trying their level best to keep Gara at a distance. And finally, Mudit goes a little aggressive, swings out and takes down Gara, immediately gets a confirmation point. Now it's a 2v2 fight between F1 and Gujarat Tigers.
The moment his position was compromised, I think he pretty much knew that his fate was sealed. And of course, Gujarat Tigers playing with no pressure at all. Looking to be at ease at this very given moment. Even despite having a man down, still did not flinch, still did not budge. Stood over at this location, and they know they've got F1 right in front of them. And they are feeling nauseated at this point. F1, they need to find a remedy to this hemorrhage. Otherwise, they are pretty much done for. They've dropped down as many smokes as possible. And look at Almost God. He's got 8 first aids. So maybe the chances for F1 resorting to a healing battle could still be on the cards. Gods, his body has been spotted out. Is Bridger going for it? Mudit, look at him. A beautiful angle form nonetheless as Bridger still sails through. Gets that beautiful knock onto it. Gods. One more finish confirmed for him. But does he have enough time to patch himself up with those meds? No is going to be the answer. As Mudit, he's going to stay here. He's got a couple of meds. Or is he going to decide to just back off? Because even if he gets inside the circle, he's got to deal with a lot of the others who are waiting for him.
Especially Bunny Esports. They're just right on the northern periphery of the circle. But for now, Sanchit has been dealt with by the plus of team RedxRoss at this point. Even Kratos has been taken on. And it is metal raining death and destruction for Bunny Esports from up the uphill. The grenade of Cyrex is going to mark an end for Kratos and Bunny as well as Bunny Esports. Yes, they are in the safe area. This game is not going to hurt them so much, but they're going all bonkers. 7 finishes already in their pockets. On the other side of the map, we have the players of Do or Die also locking horns with the players of Bot Army, where Bot Army has managed to take 1 player from the side of Do or Die, but it is SB also, where Aryan down to a sliver of HP, Cheyenne also on a sliver of HP, and the constant bombardment that is coming from the side of Do or Die, especially Old Boy, is taking down the players of Team SBA. Aryan has been knocked out, Sham also on the verge, and finally he has been taken down. It's only 2 players remaining, Goku and Snow.
Yeah, of course, their entry inside the circle was quite restricted by the players of DOD, just surrounding that area. That was quite a smart move, and now SBA Esports, they have to resort to something else. Just survived by the final 2 members, Goku and Snowjord. Goku, you could see all those Molotovs being deployed at where he is at. But this grenade is going to be quite juicy. But the trades are definitely going to be there. As the moment he gets that knock onto its clutcher, instantly finds a knock on himself as well. Snowjot having no other options, but he has to go for the revive as DOD still in a very promising situation. But no matter what the commotion is, no matter how many teams are fighting amongst each other, Medal Esports are still looking good. Still look to be the favorites in getting this chicken dinner as another grenade does sail in. Clutcher well aware of how restless Snowjot has become at this very moment. Has dropped down a couple of smokes. They want to build that path. They want to enter in through that smoke screen. But Clutcher also being a tad bit smart, trying to lob a grenade in the other direction as they find their vehicle, find some means of escape. Maybe trying to get inside the zone. But there you have Scary Jord also from BotArmyEsports. But that's a beautiful knock coming in from Clutcher's side. And now DOD on route to maybe gather a couple of extra more finishes and get a lot of value out of this game of Erangel.
Oh yes, they are certainly trying to do so, but Reaper has spotted on the plus of Team Medal Esports as he's trying to pip a few bullets, but finally the knock is going to come in. But from the side of Bot Army, Henry Medal, now they are also in the receiving end of the things as Prince is also down to 10 HP. Cyrex, everything relies onto him as one more follow-up nade comes in from the side of Devotee, takes down Prince as well. Cyrex being the lone survivor of Team Medal Esports and Bot Army, they're picking fight on the multiple fronts, not just with the plus of Team Medal Esports, but also with the other teams also in the lobby. Cyrex might be looking for the rescue mission also.
Indeed. And sorry to cut you off. Just when we thought that Henry, or in fact rather Medal Esports were about to win this game, I think Henry had some different plans in his mind. Those grenades sailing in perfectly, instilling so much hurt to the players of Medal Esports. And suddenly it feels like the chicken dinner could go anywhere. DOD also in the contention now, considering the limited men still alive. But BotArmyEsports, what a journey in this game that they have had to face. Dealing the players of GENxFM, somehow making it inside the circle. The spread is looking lovely and feels like the stars are aligning. BotArmyEsports might just walk away with the chicken this time.
Could be possible. But they need to pick their battles very careful, because if you look at the position of Scary Jord, he's so very close to the plus of SBA. If SBA decides to rush onto that wooden shack which Scary is holding, and if there is no perfect cover fire or backline support from the side of Devotee, maybe the plan can not work for the plus of Bot Army at this point. But for now, Henry, his entire focus is on the plus of Do or Die, as Old Boy has been knocked out. Even Clutcher also goes down. Do or Die, they are in so much trouble at this point as only one single player remaining from the side. And SBA, they have decided to push against Scary Jord or Bot Army Esports. They're very well aware where is Scary hiding.
Oh, they certainly are. But look at this. BotArmyEsports cleaning up DOD at this point in a perfect position to provide cover fire for SBA Esports. And those smokes being deployed was absolutely perfect to sort of hinder the vision of the players of SBA Esports. As now we're down to the final two teams. It is going to be SBA and for BotArmyEsports also, both these teams. The chicken dinner means a lot for them as Goku applying the bait and switch strategy, trying to inch in a little bit closer out in the middle of nowhere. Gets dealt with by Scary Jord as Snow being the final man alive for his team. He knows he needs to clutch this one out, but the situation severely not favoring him at this point as Scary Jord has him pinned down. Devotee also coming in to provide some aid over there from the backlines. It's going to be a cleanup crew coming in for BotArmyEsports as they not just get a lot of finishes, but they also do walk away with the chicken dinner in this one. With that being said, could have also secured their berth for the next week, and they are looking oh so prepared.
Oh, they are. They are definitely looking prepared for the challenge season. The way they played this particular Erangel, they were picking fight with the plus of Do or Die. They were picking fight with the plus of Team SBA and Medal Esports. The way Bot Army annihilated the entirety of Medal Esports, because Medal was looking so promising. They had 8 finishes. Everything was just working perfectly for Medal Esports. But the moment Henry came in, he took down not just 1 but 2 plus of Medal Esports. And after that, it was only 1 player remaining. The moment Bot Army eliminated Medal Esports, I think they won. 80% of the job was already done after that.
No, Henry, he was a man on a mission. clearly can say that he was the kryptonite for Metal Esports, because in no other world I saw Metal Esports dropping this game out. Seems like they were unprepared for this, mysterious assault coming in from his side, and clearly they suffered that, and they had to just fall down. And of course, the circle also shifting away, but quite a decent game nonetheless for the likes of SBA, for DOD, having secured a couple of finishes, good position points into this game. BotArmyEsports, they were doing quite decent, and if there were any doubts if they would qualify or not, I think that has finally been put to rest. We're going to see more of them in the next week. But I really want to see now how much of a climb has been made by the likes of DOD and SBA Esports, because these two teams were struggling quite a lot, and having decent position points along with finishes, I think finally they see that the spark has been ignited inside of their hearts. They want this. But Hyderabad Hydras, minute 1, they drop down and they're finished. This is going to raise a lot of questions.
Of course. The 2 elimination at the very start of the game is going to cost them an arm and a leg. Talking about Medal and Myth Esports, yes, they also locked horns with each other, where Myth did manage to get few good finish points as well. But this was a fight where Bunny Esports also went a little aggressive onto the plus of Eternity. And I have to say, Eternity, yes, they are at the 13th spot in the leaderboard. But if they don't perform today, they might not be in the top 16. So every single game is important for Eternity to get at least those average points. And this was a fight. 7 Habit. They were literally annihilated by the plus of Team Medal.
Yeah, but I think, still they did whatever they could have possibly done. And the biggest mistake they made where everybody was just inside, hunkered down to that one warehouse. And had they had a little bit of a spread, extra room to work with, things could have been completely different. But for SBA Esports, yes, the idea was, of course, to go and deal with a scary jot. But there you could see those 2 smokes being deployed, and that kind of completely restricted their entry. Whilst the other teammates of BotArmyEsports, other players rather, went after the team DOD. And after they dealt with them, it was an easy cakewalk for the likes of BotArmyEsports. But loved every bit of what BotArmyEsports did, especially them hitting the timings right against GENxFM. Because when we saw, even during the highlights of what really happened over there, we could see Vishu was out of position, even another player was out of position. And for GENxFM, for BotArmyEsports, I think everything went in their favor.
Oh, of course, especially Devotee being the MVP with 7 finishes, 50% finish contribution. This guy has been proving to be an absolute asset for the entire team of BotArmyEsports. But I agree that SBA Esports, they have also secured the average points which they need, because they are placed in the 16th spot, and coming second with good finish points is definitely going to help the case of SBA Esports. But do or die, I don't think they have got enough points that I can say, yes, they have made some sort of impact, or they have propelled themselves in the leaderboard, because I don't see them having too many finishes in this Erangel.
Yeah, me too. But again, it's at least a step into the right direction. I think that is going to give them a little bit of that confidence, because they still have 3 more games to play. So I think the difference is not too much, at least when you're looking at 11 to the 24th ranked team. So yeah, surely they will be catching up a couple of 6-7 points more every single game. And who knows, they also might be the ones qualifying, because let's be honest, top 16 out of 24 is not that hard a task. I think all these experienced teams know exactly what needs to be done. But then again, I'm starting to feel a little bit more concerned about the likes of Diesel, because they had been avoiding fights from the minute 1. They had a good piece in the circle. They had a good position. The moment it shifted away from them, they kind of went clueless. They did not know how to inject themselves into. They did not know the right areas of entry. And as a result of which, lost a couple of fights, and we could not see them earning a lot of points. And this is one of those circles I feel they must be also quite gutted about not converting.
I agree 100%, because the way they dropped in towards the side of Primorsk and Quarry, this was a circle where Diesel Esports should have been the one dominating. In fact, getting too many finish points for themselves. I think they are just second guessing for themselves, just because of the pressure for the qualifying of next stage.
Oh, of course, that will do happen, but we'll talk more about that. Short little break.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
Never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'm around by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby keep going faster, 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 faster.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off.
So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Broncos thing.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals Day number 3. And with BotArmyEsports getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner, they just solidified their chances of qualifying for the next stage. And my name is Shadow. Alongside me joining is Necro for this one. Necro, what did you feel about the previous game?
I mean, look, Devotee popping off, it's something we all knew what Devotee's capable of. Getting 7 eliminations all by himself. And of course, you talk about the placement inside of the circle too. BotArmyEsports just played everything perfectly. In the end, too, taking the high ground away from the opponents, knowing the fact that exactly they need the high ground to win the game. And that's the main reason why they actually got the game in the back as well. But you can't really forget the fact that even SPA placed themselves in quite a good spot in the previous game. So even SPA establishing that comeback now, it's going to make sure that a lot of the teams in the top 16 will start to sweat.
I think one more good game from the side of SBI, I think they'll also solidify the chance to qualify for the next stage, I think. Because they were already at the 15th spot. In the previous Erangel, they came on the 2nd spot with good amount of finishes also in their hands. But can't say the same thing for the plus of Do or Die or Diesel Esports or Hyderabad Hydras. But look at having a look at the match ranking, Watch Army right in the top with 24 points medal. They were super aggressive in this particular one. Second position with total of 12 points. Do or Die, 10 points to their name. But the question is, are these 10 points enough for them to qualify?
Maybe they will be. I mean, 10 points are more than enough to sort of get yourself once again back in the race, right? Once you've got the momentum in your hands, you can definitely keep on moving forward with the same consistency. They've got 10 points in the first game of the day. They've still got 3 more games to go. And in those upcoming 3 games, even if they do get 8 to 9 points per game, they can still easily make their slot in the top 16 without any troubles. The same thing can be said for the players of SPA2, considering they did not really have a lot of points, even though they finished things off in the second spot. The latter half of the board is on the screen, and Hyderabad Hydra still over there on the latter half really makes me concerned about their entire presence in this tournament.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras, their misery have been continuing since day number 1, day number 2, also the same performance. This time in Erangel, call it bad luck or something, but I won't call it bad luck. You can literally see someone dropping when you drop from the plane. So I think they should have taken a different route at that moment when they saw the players of Team Medal dropping at the same spot. I don't know what's really happening wrong with Hyderabad Hydras, but I don't see them qualifying for the next stage.
Hyderabad Hydras, for some reason, it feels like the surrounding awareness is just not there. They do not exactly know what's happening around them, and the main reason for that is the scouting program that they have. The entire scouting, the player who goes for the scout is something that is a little bit of a struggle because he's not able to bring out a lot of the information that the players do need to sort of function inside of the game, and when you do not really have that intel to play in the zones, that's something that's going to get you caught off guard, and that's the main reason why I'm saying the surrounding awareness from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, it does seem a little bit weak, but you never know. Maybe in the upcoming games, Hyderabad Hydras can definitely start to establish that comeback, considering the upcoming game will be the map of Erangel once again, and we're going to see these two groups once again duke it out against each other. Another chance will be given to the players of Hyderabad Hydras to try and make something happen. The same thing can be said for the players of 7 Habit too, considering yesterday, 7 Habit, they had quite a good game.
7 Habit, yes, they did try their level best in that particular situation. They did whatever they could have done, but they need to do something more than that. They need a chicken dinner. If not chicken dinner, at least a performance just like Hidden Ones did yesterday. They need to replicate some sort of performance like that. That's when I can say that yes, 7 Habit is also qualifying for the next stage. Yes, the pressure is still there on the shoulders of the players of Team 7 Habit, along with that Asla, but Asla, they will come eventually in the later games. But Hyderabad Hydras, this game is of extreme importance. I can't emphasize more than that. It is of extreme importance for Hyderabad Hydras.
Hyderabad Hydras, they need nothing less than a chicken dinner, and if they do not get a chicken dinner secured in this second game, we all know what's going to be the course of action. We won't see them in the challenge season anymore. But as the next map pops up on the screen, and as the plane flat path as well begins all the way from Kameshki towards down south, Snapdragon military base, now let's see who's going to be the one to go for a few drop clashes. I would love to see them happen.
Oh, I would love to see that happening, but I don't see think the bottom teams would love that happening to them. But for now, the flight path that is going towards the side of military base, I want to see where exactly the change is going to come in. Will some other team will try to go for a different drop location, but Myth, they're going towards the side of Lipovka. Then we have the players of Diesel Esports. They have also taken a different drop this time. Do or die. They have been going towards the side of Kameshki and Sevoni since a very long time, and that is exactly where they're headed. But Yasna is something which is interesting me, because we have the players of F1 and Eternity.
Exactly. I mean, looking at the map feed too, right? You clearly do see a lot of the players sort of dropping right next to each other. Eternity as well dropping pretty close to one of the teams right next to him. And that drop clash has been going since day one itself for the Open Finals. We've been seeing the same drop clash happen over and over again. Sometimes these two teams do tend to lock horns. Sometimes they just don't. They sort of end out on their own peaceful ways. But I would love to see them take a fight against each other. Of course, a fiery start is something we all love to see. The entertainment factor, that really adds on the best of the possible scenarios. But as we move on towards the Sosnovka military base as well, you've got a few more known names. RedxRoss, you've also got WinGod Esports right next to him. You've also got Future Stars moving in towards Fair so they're not going to have any sort of issues. But I would love to see what WinGod Esports and RedxRoss are going to bring to the table, because we already do see one of the eliminations happen.
I think it happened from the side of WinGod Esports, if I'm not wrong. No, actually, they did manage to get the first point. First elimination. Infinity is the one getting that finish point for the team, but WinGod, they can go do anything. They can go aggressive, they can go all bonkers, because they are already in the top 5. They have done the majority of the heavy lifting on day number 1 and day number 2, so day number 3 they can relax, chill out, just play like a casual BGMI gameplay, start hunting for the players. But for now they are heading towards the side of military base. Maybe I think That's where they'll be going for the secondary loot. Already a very good start for them, but if they go directly towards military base, I think they're going to face the players of BotArmyEsports. Even BotArmy, they are going high on their confidence, especially after the win in the previous game. I think they'll be looking for some sort of action in this one.
RedxRoss is already starting things off with a complete disadvantage. One man down off the rip, and that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for RedxRoss. But let's just hope their overall structure is looking pretty good in the overall standings. Scouting's going to be super important to have that surrounding awareness, and at this point on time, RedxRoss is someone that does not even have a proper city in their hands. They're just looting the individual compounds and houses around the military base and just hoping for the best, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to be something that's going to satisfy their entire loot. So let's just hope that RedxRoss is someone that does get enough loot in their hands, that does get enough resources to continue the upcoming game, because so far it feels like they're definitely lacking quite a bit. They do not have any sort of meds to play with, neither do they have a lot of utilities to try and go for any sort of fight. So yes, scouting has to be top notch, and considering Lucifer is already not inside of the game, that just makes things even more tougher for RedxRoss. The Gujarat Tigers up against a few more foes, as Gods was the man taking a lot of shots upon himself, but then he realizes the fact that now he's way too close to an enemy turf. And this time around it's going to be the Players of Eternity, but Xerath already finds an elimination on the Captain. As Captain gets knocked out of Tyrant super low, Gods whiffs all the shots, but Tyrant, he's going to find himself a safer route out of this entire spot. He does seem pretty safe for now, but Gujarat Tigers are someone that's going to chase the opponents down. They're not going to let the prey just escape like that. And Eternity, they clearly do feel the pressure.
Oh, they are. They are certainly feeling the pressure as they're trying to make a safe escape. And Arman goes aggressive, takes on Smart immediately. Will be looking for the confirmation point as well. Eternity not looking good at all in this position. And there is no help coming for Smog at this point. None at all, as the confirmation has been made. And Arman and his teammate, they do realize that the remaining players of Eternity are somewhere else in some other apartment. They'll be going for the chase, they'll be going for the hunt, but Tyrant is not giving any sort of sound cue all by himself in a 1v4 situation. This is really a bad game for the players of Team Eternity. Even the previous Erangel, they were the one taken out pretty early in the game. Constant back-to-back games. I don't know, Eternity at the start of the day, they were in the top 16. But if this continues, will they be in the top 16 after the end of the day?
That's a big question even I was about to put up. Tyrant is going to be the last man standing, and I'm not sure for how long Tyrant can hold on to that position. For now, it definitely does feel like the players of GT, they've got no clue exactly where Tyrant's position. And even Tyrant himself is not even moving a muscle. He knows one single footstep, and his position will instantly be compromised. And it does feel like the players of GT, they're going to take an exit from this entire apartments area. They do move towards the opposite side. They want to search for Tyrant, hunt him down in the end. But Tyrant now, he does seem pretty safe, so he's going to have a safe way out of this entire spot. GT, they do seem to be playing a little bit more mature this time around. GT's playing pretty nice. They do realize the fact that, okay, maybe just searching for the last man's not going to sort of do the deed for us as well. It's better to just focus on the loot and get better standing inside of the game.
That is the only option he has at this point. Eternity, they need the average points, nothing fancy. We don't expect a dominating performance. They just need those average points, 7 to 8 points. And if Tyrant do manage to survive until top 3 or top 2, I think the job is pretty much done. He'll be having enough points to be in the top 16. But looking at the circle, we have Entity Kaiser so far away from Tyrant. Do or die, they always go for a safe approach. The previous game was a decent game for do or die. So I think I'll be expecting a very slow approach from their side. And same goes for the players of Team F1 as well. But GENxFM, they are the ones who always goes for the aggressive approach. And considering GENxFM, they are in the school apartments. If the circle goes a little west, they might head over to the side of Pochinki, where we have the players of Hyderabad Hydras. So the Hyderabad Hydras guys needs to be very careful, because one side in Gatka, they have Team Bunny, other side they have the players of GENxFM.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the players of Eternity, though. They started things off in Yasna Poliana, right next to the players of F1, but then just because they wanted to avoid the fight, they took the rotation all the way towards Georgiapol. In Georgiapol, they faced off against the players of GT, and pretty much got taken down to a two-man squad. So for Eternity, this indecisive nature that's kicking in, it's really playing against them. And they need to put all their cards on the table and just try and be a little bit more decisive. Try and have that deciding factor inside of you, knowing the fact that, okay, even if we are facing a team in our drop location, we might as well try and face them off and just make sure that we're getting as much loot as possible. Because you clearly saw they did not even have enough resources to try and face off against the players of GT, and that's one of the main reasons why they got taken down in that fight single-handedly. Before now, looking at what's happening on the screen, Future Stars facing off against the players of GT as well. Gujarat Tigers, a team that's doing way too good in the overall standings. It makes a lot of sense that they're going for the fights left, right, and center. They're not going to back away from any of these.
But this time they're the one becoming the target, because Mudit has already been eliminated, and Gujarat Tigers now they are surviving with just a 3-man army. And look at the position of Beast. SB, the players are crossing, and a perfect bridge camp from the set of Phoenix as he takes down one player from SBA, gets an confirmation as well. Now SBA is aware there is someone on the bridge. But Phoenix, he doesn't have the proper armor. WSB, even you also pointed out that they have enough loot to go for the bridge camp, but the BRDM, Goku, not looking good for the players of RedxRoss also at this point. It's not so easy to blast off that vehicle. You don't have enough bullets in your gun, Beast. You need to be very careful, as Goku is trying to reunite with his teammates at this point.
It's a big blow to the players of SBA, as even they were taken down with a 3-man squad. Do take an exit from this entire vicinity, knowing the fact that, yeah, the bridge is getting camped. It's better to just back away from this spot. RedxRoss just looking for revenge. One of their players was taken down by the players. So now RedxRoss, they do not want to let anyone slip past this military base, because they themselves now, they're quite hurt. And they desperately do need some loot. Just been able to get the first player of SBA, and that's all they got. SBA, that once again moved back towards No Rapnoy. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is, but maybe they want to go for water rotation. That's going to be the safest option SBA can go for. And it does seem like that's what they're going to take. Looking at the next zone as well, it's going to pop right on top of Ruins. So many teams around that same vicinity. 2 teams on top of the Big Boy Mountain too. You've got Team Bunny right next to GENxFM. And these 2 teams, one thing is for sure, you speak of Bunny, even this team is quite stubborn. GENxFM, of course, quite a known name in the community. They're not going to back away from this fight.
And it's not only 2 teams. Look at middle. They are also placed downhill. Then we have the players of Gujarat Tigers, who are known to hold that Georgopol hill in every Erangel. So could be possible these 4 teams will be locking horns with each other. But for now, Vishu, he has spotted down Dope of Team Bunny. Sanchit so very close to Vishu. I am not even sure that Vishu is aware about the position of Sanchit. One single grenade can take Vishu down, or vice versa as well. For now, Dope is providing all the backline support needed. Kind of a stalemate situation between GENxFM and Team Bunny. Both of them are pretty much aware about their presence on the big mountain. Along with that, we have the players of Team 7 Habit also moving towards the side of Ruins, keeping the entire control, but the shots being exchanged, and Vishu strikes at the right moment as he takes down Bunny. But a perfect trade has been made. Vishu has also been knocked out. 1v1 trades. Both the teams will be focusing on the rescue mission at this point.
Yeah. Both the teams down to a 3-man squad. GENxFM's Wish is trying to back away to safety. But even Metal Esports, they step in the playing field. They want to be a part of the action as well from the backlines. Now it's going to be Metal Esports constantly peppering shots against the players of GENxFM, but Metal Esports in return, they're catching a lot of hurt. But Sarvith is going to be there to save the day as he catches the first player and instantly hands out the death blow. Maverick is still there around the corner. He's found himself a bit of a cover to play with, but as I say so, even he gets dealt with. Metal Esports, they wipe out the entirety of GENxFM, but now they need to focus on the players of Team Bunny because they seem pretty strong too. Once again recovered from that blow, and Team Bunny's already starting to take shots against WindGod. WindGod Esports is there, but a little bit far away. Right now, they need to focus on Metal Esports, a team that's right there in front of them. The utilities are starting to hurt Metal Esports, making sure that they're getting as much area control as possible, and Dope is barely down to a sliver of HP.
He needs to patch himself. He needs to back off. The constant bombardment is there from the side of Legit and Sarvit, and Sanchit is pretty much stuck in that little area. He has survived the constant bombardment. All his teammates have backed off a little. Dope. Even if you look at the resources also, Neeraj, Team Bunny, they don't have too many first aids at this point. All they have is just a single first aid. So they need to pick their battles very careful. And look at that, Gujarat Tigers, they also chime in this fight. As Cyrex takes down Arman, a perfect nade, in fact, I'll say, right in the face of Arman. And now Cyrex is trying to take down one more player from the side of Gujarat Tigers. And Gujarat Tigers, they have been forced to reposition as Medal. They are going for the hunt. They are going for the chase for the players of Gujarat Tigers at this point.
Third party after third party, and Metal Esports realizing the fact that it is the players of Gujarat Tigers. They don't want to let them slip by. Metal Esports chasing down the players of GT as GT. They've been forced to evacuate that entire Big Boy Mountain. Perfectly done by the players of Metal Esports. Hunted him down. Were able to take down the first man. But that's all they could find. And GT evacuated that entire mountain instantly. Backed away to a compound. And once again, Metal Esports back at the top. They want to get this high ground in their hands. And the only reason why they want to get this high ground is because of the intel that you can gather from this high ground.
A blessing in disguise, I'll say, for the players of Team Bunny Esports at this point. Because they were the one at the receiving end from the side of Metal Esports, and Gujarat Tigers being there just gave a little more room to reposition for the players of Team Bunny. But along with that, we have few other teams also in the close proximity, just like the players of Team Hyderabad Hydras and Wingard. Hyderabad Hydras, they don't have the numbers. They need to be very careful in this particular one. And Sarvit, he's very much aware that yes, the players of Team Bunny are in the close proximity, as both Sarvit and Sanchit is trying to make some sort of connection with that grenade or a utility. For now, no connection whatsoever. Kind of a stalemate situation at this point.
Still got a nade in his hand. And Sanchit is looking to toss it in the front. Still taking his sweet little time. Not knowing exactly what to do in this scenario. And looking towards the map as well, so many teams are now starting to stack up towards that mountain. So the teams at the top, they need to be a little bit more wary of the fact that they can be shot at from anywhere. If they're too exposed, they can be taken down from the sidelines. That's sort of like a pro and con that you can have with the high grounds. You can have a lot of intel to play with, but then you are susceptible to damage from a lot of the different angles. You just need to be as careful as possible. But what a nade that was. Legit presence of mind on point. Surrounding awareness. Legit does it perfectly. Sanchit gets taken down, and now look at Bunny. They're in a world of trouble. Down to a 3-man squad. They do not even have enough players to try and defend themselves. As Dope was there in the backlines, but a beautiful knockout from Dope. Catches Legit. And it sails in, and that's going to find the second knockout as well. The precision with the utilities from Metal Esports. It's been on point so far. Another nade sails in that same direction, but it's not going to find any sort of connection. They just need to find a second knockout, and that's it. Once again, Dope gets re-knocked, and that's going to find enough time for the players of Metal Esports to press upon the charge and keep on pressing up even more. Metal Esports are definitely being aggressive, slowly and steadily, but another nade comes into play from Prince, and this time it's going to catch Bunny. One last man surviving in the name of Kratos, but not anymore, as the nail's going to be put in the coffin. And Metal Esports, what a flawless wipe that was.
And just by utility, just by grenades, Metal Esports has managed to eliminate the entirety of Team Bunny Esports. And Bunny, they were pretty much handicapped. Yes, Dope did manage to take down one player from the side of Metal Esports, but the confirmation was not made. The revival instantly was there. The proactiveness, the synergy of Metal Esports was perfect in that situation. But looking at the circle, I just love it. It can go either ways. It is covering all both the islands, the northern island and the main island is also there. Little bit of the water is also there. The bridge is also there. It is going to be a hell lot of difficult circle for all the teams to play around with. Myths, they are keeping themselves towards the western side of the circle, having the control of the Rozhok, the western periphery. But Metal Esports, they're going to be elated by the performance. 7 finishes already in their pockets, and they're looking for more. No casualty. They have got everything. They have got too many resources, but there is a team which is going for a very slow approach, safe approach. That is going to be the plus of Team Diesel Esports, because Diesel, let's be honest, Neeraj, they need the points. They need those points. That's the reason they're going for a very slow approach. But in the previous game, that slow approach didn't entirely work in their favor.
There's a difference between slow approach and a scared approach to the game. And yeah, Diesel Esports is definitely going for quite the late game approach, but it does feel like it's something that they're doing for the first time. We don't really see Diesel Esports play so slow. But hold on to that thought. F1, what a nade that was. One single nade catches both the players, and that's going to mark the day for Eternity. Second game as well. Eternity was not able to achieve a lot, and that's going to be another bad game in the books of Eternity. They were there in the top 16 at the start of the day, but now it feels like they might just slip away from that spot, considering a lot of the other teams are definitely going to try to be there in the top 16. And once again, speaking about the late bloomers in the game, even SPA is one of those, all the way down south towards the military base, slowly and steadily making their way towards the zone. They're definitely tanking a lot of that damage from the blue as well, but let's just hope this late game rotation does actually work out for Diesel Esports and SPA. SPA is clearly scared too, because they're down a man. With just a 3-man squad, they do not exactly know how to execute their strategy, so that's why they're taking a slow and steady approach. And the same thing can be said for Hyderabad Hydras too. The only difference is, Hyderabad Hydras, they're still inside of the circle, but all the 4 players, they're playing right next to each other. And this is one of the main reasons why I said the surrounding awareness, it definitely does feel like it's lacking, because Hyderabad Hydras, there's no one going for the scout.
I agree. Hyderabad Hydras, things are not really working for them. But looking at F1 Esports, we have the plus of Team Future Stars also in the close proximity. Future Stars, they are very much aware about the presence of F1. But the main question is how they're going to move themselves, traverse inside the circle, as the circle has taken a little bit of the western shift. Maybe all the way from the north, they can try entering the circle from the eastern side, where we have the plus of Team Myth in the Water City. Could be a possibility by tanking the damage of the blue, because directly if they try to go inside the circle, F1 will be that big ugly thorn in their path. But even the plus of F1 need to be a bit careful, because if you look at the position of Gujarat Tigers, they are placed perfectly to cut up the rotation of F1 Esports. A lot of traffic is also coming from the southern end, and the winners of the previous game, BotArmyEsports, known for their aggressive approach, I think they are placed perfectly to accumulate so many finish points in this circle.
Looking at SPA, Aryan's the man leading the pack, and Goku and Snowjot in the back lines. And Aryan's doing a perfect job of scouting for his teammates. He's the man leading the path, while the rest too, they follow up, and already SPA, they found themselves quite a beautiful breaching point, as they're almost on the off-center. And yeah, speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, once again, they've spread themselves out vertically. They do have a decent amount of space to play with inside of Ruins, but what a big mistake that was from Aryan. Everything was going perfectly fine, but then his vehicle flips over, and everything just falls apart. Aryan gets taken down, even Goku gets ripped apart by 7 Habits. And just like that, SPA's game plan is now completely down the drain. One last man standing, Snowjod. SPA had a beautiful game in the previous one, but the consistency drops down instantly, and that's been the main problem for a lot of the teams on the latter half of the board. And one of them is also SPA. Diesel Esports is still looking for a step in the playing field. They're now going to play from edge to edge, which I honestly respect, because they do not know what is exactly happening inside of the circle, and that's where SPA2 fell prey to. Being outside in the blue for such a long time sort of makes sure that you do not really have an information of what's going on inside of the circle. But SPA still decided to play pretty bold and got taken down.
And speaking of the circle, I like the position of Do or Die as well, because they are trying to come from the northern end, but Wingod, LeBron needs to be very careful. I like the approach of Wingod. They're trying to gatekeep the plus of Metal Esports, as LeBron was so very close to the plus of Metal Esports right at the downhill of Georgopol Big Mountain, where the remaining players are being the anchor on the periphery of the circle. But seems like Metal, instead of directly heading inside the circle, they're going for a little northern rotation where they can meet the plus of Do or Die. But 7 Habits, speaking about this team, they have been holding on to the ruins since a very long time. And look at the finish feed. There is a vehicle run over happening where Kira has been knocked out by Phoenix of WSB. The confirmation has been made. Both these teams are trying to fight on the eastern periphery of the circle. Flex OP did manage to get a knock, but 7 Habit, they're aware about the surrounding, and Ortho with the TBS in his hands trying up close personal, but Team FS Future Stars, they're going to win that battle as Senseboy with 3 finishes, total 4 finishes for the team, do survive but as a 2-man army. But Myth officials, they are also closing in to the plus of Team Future Stars. The question is, are they prepared for the plus of Myth Esports?
The next zone's gonna pop up. Hold on to that thought. Myth constantly tossing the utilities. They've got the man advantage. As soon as I say so, Diesel Esports, they find a return knockout. Even Sham inside of that vehicle still somehow finds the connection onto Maxioso. And now the situation is taken down with 3-on-2. Sham is still in the game. Spear and Oxen, the last 2 remaining players from Myth officials. But these 2 remaining players are doing so much damage to the point that the entirety of Diesel Esports, they come crashing down. All the time spent outside of the blue to try and get their hands on loot and better positioning in the circle. But everything goes down the drain because you just do not have information on what's going on inside of the circle. This is where a lot of the mistakes were made, even from Diesel Esports and even from the other team that tried to make it inside of the ruins, which was SBA. When you're outside of the circle for such a long time, you just do not have information on what's going on inside.
It was so important for SBA, Diesel Esports, they went in for the hunt and they were the one who got hunted down. They were the one to be eliminated from the lobby. In fact, if you look at the rotations of the players of Vanguard Esports, they're going for the western rotation. They need to be a bit careful from the players of Team Metal Esports as they're the first team to welcome Vanguard at this point. And seems like Vanguard are aware about the surrounding. They're aware that someone is going to be there. That's why the proper scouting is going on from the side. The linear spread by the players of Do or Die holding on to the shorelines of the island. Good position to hold on to as Gods of Gujarat Tigers has been knocked out. This is something concerning for the players of Gujarat Tigers at this point as Clutcher gets a confirmation point, leaving Zeref all by himself. Do or Die definitely trying to redeem themselves. 2 finishes already there, a good position inside the circle. This could be a good game for the players of Do or Die as well.
It indeed can be. Do or Die spread themselves out around the shores, but the next zone can be something that can put a big spanner in the works. If it does pop away from them. Myth now looking forward to taking fight against the players of 7 Habit. The fact that Myth has got so much confidence, it's all thanks to the wipe of Diesel Esports. And now Myth is slowly and steadily taking an approach against the players of 7 Habit. The man was knocked out. The confirmation as well follows up in the backlines. The elimination was stolen by the players of Do or Die. Eventually even Myth Esports, they do collide. But still Myth, they've done enough amount of damage to the opponents. Spear as well gets taken down. There's not a lot the man can do from the side of Myth official, as even Spear gets ripped apart. But at this point in time, Myth themselves know that they've done enough to have enough amount of points in this game too, because they were already looking pretty good in the overall standings. Vanguard Esports, they wipe out the entirety of F1 without even breaking a sweat, and just like that, they get the compound control in their hands. But now it's time for Metal Esports to approach this compound as well.
It's going to be important, very important fight of battle. Grenades. Prince with a grenade finds a perfect connection onto Yash, and Vanguard, they are in the receiving end. Look at the bombardment which is coming from the side of Metal Esports, and Metal, they have been looking so
beautiful
confident.
Nade.
So confident with that utility usage which is coming from their side every single time, not just in this particular fight. They annihilated the entirety of Bunny Esports with just grenades, and this time it is Vanguard Esports. 14 finishes. They are raining death and destruction in the lobby. Metal Esports is definitely a force to reckon with. On the other side of the map, we have the players of Team 7 Habit also locking horns with each other. With the players of Myth Esports at this point. And Hyderabad Hydras, this is important fight as Kalu is the last man standing. Hunter is going for the rescue mission on the fallen comrade. That is Moksha. It's only one player. Look at the low confidence of Hyderabad Hydras. They're aware that it's only a single player. But finally, a nade comes in and marks an end of 7 Habit.
Hyderabad Hydra is also looking pretty nice with that position they've just acquired. They've got the entire church control. And now Do or Die, Palu is constantly peppering shots against the man in the front. Myth Oxen played for the survival for as long as possible, but he's taken already too many shots upon himself. He's got so much attention. Do or Die Looking to challenge the players of Metal Esports, but I love this approach from Hyderabad Hydras too. Let the opponents duke it out against each other, and then we step in the playing field. But the only problem for Hyderabad Hydras here is going to be the circle. They're outside of the upcoming save zone. They need to move on forward before the wall of death moves up as well. Do they have any vehicles to play with? That's the main question. If they do have the vehicles to play with, they can make the rotation inside of the circle and use those vehicles as cover.
Oh, they can. They can definitely. Those vehicles can come to rescue. They can come to aid for the plus. But for now, Medal, look at the performance. They have the control of the circle as well. They are looking for the potential dominant control for the northern end of the circle. And that is exactly what Do or Die are also looking for. Is Hyderabad Hydras. They're coming from the southern side of the circle. But look at the position of Sarvit. The moment Hyderabad Hydras try to make a way inside the circle, I think Sarvit is placed perfectly. Even the players of Hyderabad Hydras are aware that Medal is just waiting for them to strike. Mythoxin going for a very slow, cheeky approach. A nade in his hands, looking for some sort of connection where Hyderabad Hydra's entire focus is on the players of Metal Esports. I think Oxen can definitely ruin the game for the players of Do or Die. Oh, perfect connection from Prince towards Hunter, takes him down immediately with a nade, and a follow-up nade gets a confirmation as well.
Big mistake from Hyderabad Hydras. They're getting caught by the nades of Metal Esports. And of course, speaking of Metal Esports themselves, we know what the precision looks like. Their nades being on point, and Mox messes up big time as well as he gets caught by the players of Do or Die. Hyderabad Hydras, every single time they make rookie mistakes, and because of those mistakes, they get caught. Instead of playing out in the open, they should have went for the trees around the corner. They should have went for the trees that are still there in the open field and parked their vehicles right next to him, but they still made some big mistakes. Out in the open, so vulnerable to utilities, and that's what exactly happened. A few players exposed themselves to the players of Do or Die, and the utilities of Metal Esports are doing an insane amount of damage. Hyderabad Hydras just do not know where to go anymore. The utilities are constantly doing a lot of damage against the Do or Die from the right, Metal Esports from the left. Once again, Hyderabad Hydras choking big time because they just do not have enough intel to play with. And now it's time for Seth to reposition, but he gets caught out in the open as expected. Ninja was able to find one more man off Metal Esports, and that's going to take down Metal Esports to a two-man squad. But Ninja is the only person left standing for Hyderabad Hydras as well.
But Do or Die, Reaper is literally burning in that Molotov. He's begging for the help. He's begging for the rescue mission as Clutcher, his entire focus is on the players of Team Metal Esports at this point. And Old Boy, he's aware of the last man of Hyderabad Hydras, trying to pip a few bullets, trying to find some sort of connection as Sarvit might be going for a flank angle. Ninja OP still hiding behind that hard cover as his Clutcher providing the backline support. Old Boy, you need to be careful as Prince takes him down. He comes out in the open and Reaper.
Oh my god!
Knocked out by Ninja. Bhalu also goes down. Ninja is going to clutch it out against DOD, but he's going to be taken out by the last player of Metal Esports. What an outing from the side of Ninja.
A humongous game from Hyderabad Hydras. This might just start to mark the comeback of Hyderabad Hydras in the overall standings. This was the exact game they needed to convert, but unfortunately failed because a few rookie mistakes were made. For some reason, it feels like Hyderabad Hydras, they just do not have any intel to play with, but I'm pretty sure they do have that intel, but we just don't see that intel being implemented inside of the game. So that's why they choked the chicken dinner, but still, in the final few moments, they were able to wrap up a few more elimination points to compensate for that chicken dinner. So we're going to let that slide. A solid game from Hyderabad Hydras. And of course, Metal Esports was the one to come through, which is completely fine.
Oh, definitely. Medal, they were on a rampage in this particular one. A chicken dinner is definitely going to boost their confidence. But yes, Hyderabad Hydras Ninja did pull off a very good clutch against the players of Do or Die. But a chicken dinner is something which was expected from his side. Any other player in his position would have gone for the winner chicken dinner because it was only one player remaining from the side of Metal Esports. A small little mistake from Ninja costed him 10 placement points.
I'm not even talking about just that one single person of Hyderabad Hydras. I'm just talking about the entire push they made from Church. out in the open. They tossed out a lot of smokes, fine, which is completely understandable. Of course, you want to be making sure that the opponents do not have any sort of line of sight on you, but only if they would have played it a little bit more better, a little bit more smartly. They could have went for the trees that were there in the open and used them as a cover as well, while they could have used their vehicles too as a cover. Hyderabad Hydras, there were so many different scenarios that they could have tried to pull off, but still, for some reason, it feels like they just do not have any intel to play with, and because of that, Hyderabad Hydras are also choking a lot of their moments.
100% agreed. But speaking about one more team, that is Metal Esports, I think the way this team has been using their utility, they just didn't annihilate the entirety of Money Esports. Also, Wingod became a victim of the grenade. The bombardment which Metal Esports has been doing in this particular Erangel was so fantastic. Too many finish points. I think they're just practicing for the challenge season, the utility usage. With Esports, I don't know what Diesel Esports at this point was trying to do. Myth was engaged in a fight with some other team, and Diesel comes in to do a third party when they don't have the numbers in their favor, and they were the one to be eliminated. These sort of mistakes from the side of Diesel Esports might be the reason that Diesel won't qualify. At this stage, they can't afford it.
They can, yeah. I mean, just looking at the entire final few moments and how things really erupted, the fact that the last man of Hyderabad Hydras was still able to get at least 3 elimination points from Do or Die, sort of, you can't say compensated for the fact that, yes, they were not really able to get the chicken dinner, so you can't say, yeah, it was quite a solid game from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Things could have been done better as a well-knit unit, considering they had the intel, knowing exactly where Do or Die was, knowing exactly where Metal Esports was, but we did not really see that intel being implemented inside of the game, and we did not really see a proper rotation from the boys. But hey, you know what? In the upcoming games, you can definitely expect better things from Hyderabad Hydras, because this was a game that's going to ignite that fire of comeback. You talk about Metal Esports, they just started things off in quite a dominating affair. Of course, third-partying a team that was there at the top, which was GENxFM. Unfortunately for GENxFM, quite a bad day.
But I'm not much concerned about GENxFM because pretty much they have already qualified for the next stage. They can just take any sort of approach. They can do whatever they want because they are qualifying for the next stage. Yes, if they go a little aggressive, that is going to give them an extra practice for the challenge season. But the MVP is going to be Prince OG from the side of Middle with 7 finishes, 41% finish contribution. Map impact is 11%. The perfect stats coming in. In fact, the entire team of Middle is looking very confident. They started the tournament day number 1 by getting a chicken dinner. Second day was also pretty decent for Metal Esports. And day number 3, they're on a rampage.
Of course, that's what you expect from a banner like Metal Esports. The playing 4 that they have, you can't pretty much say it's a champion lineup. And I'm pretty sure they're looking for a redemption arc. They want to get their hands on the trophy. You move on towards the stars of the match, you're going to see Prince there, legit over there too. And Prince, once again, Prince was the man who was the main playmaker from Metal Esports. And considering he's the one to IGL the entire team, so yeah, he's definitely doing quite a beautiful job. 7 finishes all by himself and the damage number of 1169. Beautiful stuff from Metal Esports' Prince. And even Wingod Esports could have done much more damage, but unfortunately for Wingod Esports, yeah, there were also utilities flooding in from the side of Do or Die. There were also utilities flooding in from Metal Esports, so they could not really do a lot in that scenario.
Speaking of Do or Die, I love the way how this team has worked on the rotation, because in the both Erangel, they survived till the top 3 or top 2 positions. So yes, Do or Die, they've also worked on their mistakes. Let's hope they qualify for the next stage.
Hands down. I mean, they definitely can qualify for the next stage if they keep on playing the same way they did this previous game, because Do or Die, they're in the top 3 with a decent amount of elimination points, and the fact that they spread themselves out so well around the shorelines also made sure that they've got a lot of control, and also made sure that they've got a lot of intel to play with. And that's one of the main reasons why Do or Die was looking so confident in the final few moments too. It's a whole different thing that they got wiped out by just one single man of Hyderabad Hydras, which is quite unfortunate. That's why they were not really able to secure the chicken dinner. But if that one single person from Hyderabad Hydras wasn't there to wipe him out, I'm pretty sure that chicken dinner was Do or Die's.
I'm sure Do or Die, they are up in the arms against Ninja of Hyderabad Hydras. They're not going to be happy about it. But yes, a chicken dinner was definitely on the cards if they had eliminated Ninja in that situation, because it was only one player remaining from the set of Metal Esports. But nonetheless, a good performance, a step in the right direction, like Fixer said, for Do or Die. In the previous Erangel, they also got 10 points. This time also getting good points in their favor. So maybe they can qualify. They need to continue the same performance in the upcoming games as well. But there are few teams which are still in the danger area. Speaking about one of them is going to be 7 Habit. I don't know what's happening to them. They were the first one to be having the control of the entire city of ruins, but after that, they were just completely missing.
Seven Habits definitely had the high ground to play with, but later on we did see them getting approached by the players of Myth Officials, where Oxen was the man to get knockout first. From the back, it was the players of Do or Die taking shots from the front. It was also Myth Officials approaching them, and in that big sandwich scenario, Seven Habits crumbled. But still, Seven Habits having such a big high ground to play with, they should have played things much more better. And unfortunately for Seven Habits, they've been choking these type of moments since the start. Even yesterday, we did see Seven Habits in the top 3 scenario, and they still choked that entire chicken dinners, which could have been theirs, because they had the man advantage in the final few moments, but they still did not spread themselves out and play a bit more confident. And that's one of the main reasons why Seven Habits is sort of choking this, because they just do not have confidence to play with. You move on towards the match rankings. We've got Metal Esports with 27 points. You've got Hydra by the Hydras with 15 points. That's a solid game from Hydra by the Hydras. You've got Do or Die with 13. Myth Officials with 9 points. And Seven Habit with 6.
Oh yes, and Gujarat Tigers, I think this time Gujarat Tigers were trying to second guess themselves because they're trying to shy away from the fight. Total 5 points to their name, but nothing to complain about because this team has pretty much already qualified. Wingod, yes, they were the receiving end of the grenades coming from the side of Metal. That's why only 5 points to their name. Future Stars, after the previous Erangel, yes, they have tried to redeem themselves, not much in their favor, only 4 points. The late rotation is not working for them, but there is one team, Eternity. I want to talk about them. 0 points in this game and not too many points in the previous one. They need to do something, otherwise I don't see them qualifying for the next stage, because when all the bottom teams are changing a comeback, Eternity at this point they can't afford to face a downfall.
Eternity, Diesel Esports, yeah, these guys are definitely struggling quite a bit. Even F1 can be in that mix, just 3 points from this game. So all these teams definitely do need to buckle up, including SBA too. Overall standings on the screen, Metal Esports is going to be at the top with 92 points, Gujarat Tigers on second, and look at BotArmyEsports with 83 points in that third spot. One thing is for sure, top 5, they're going to be solidified. No one's going to take their spot away. You've also got Myth with 72. Pretty much the top 8, they're going to be solidified, and they're easily going to move on forward.
Oh yes, they can. They can definitely. BotArmyEsports with 65 points in their favor. 2 chicken dinners. Even Team Jelly, they also got 2 chicken dinners, and they have played only 8 games. So there is a chance of Team Jelly also propelling themselves in the leaderboard, but they're just fighting for the top spot. Nothing interesting there at this point, but do or die. Finally, they have made it inside the top 16 after the previous 2 games. 42 points in their favor. SBA, not so good performance the previous one. The first Erangel went decently for them, sitting on the 15th spot with 42 points. Even if you look at the point difference between Diesel and Do or Die, it's just only 2-point difference, Neeraj.
Eternity, SBA, Do or Die, these guys need to buckle up right now. One single good game from the latter half of the board can instantly propel them in the top 16, because you've still got some of the formidable names like Seven Habit, Team Empire, Hydra by the Hydras, M40, and all it takes is one solid game to once again bring you back in the race, and that's what the teams at the top need to realize. Hydra by the Hydras, they've already had one good game, 15 points from that one single game, and if they do get another 15-pointer, they can easily propel themselves in the top 16 without any trouble. And if the same performance keep on continuing even from the other teams, that means all the teams currently there on the latter half of the board can definitely be kicked out from that top 16. So they're quite in a vulnerable and quite in a sensitive spot. They need to make sure that they're solidifying their slot, including GENxFM as well. They can be kicked out too if they do not play this game seriously, because because all the other teams they've got at least 2 more games to go. And imagine if those 2 games, all the other teams who are there on the latter half of the board somehow performed really well. There's a big chance they can easily propel themselves in the top 16.
And one of those teams can be the players of -40, because they have all the 4 games remaining and they're only 2 points deficit from Do or Die. But looking at the schedule, we have Sanhok coming up now, and Group B and C will be coming into the picture. And speaking of Group C, -40 is there. So if they do get a good chicken dinner, if not chicken dinner, good points in the Sanhok, maybe -40 can topple over Do or Die or SB Esports, and they can be the one to be in the top 16. And the playing groups, Group B and C, we have BotArmyEsports, Eternity, they'll be playing Sanhok as well. Team Blasty, Hidden Ones, Team Empire, Asla, Team Jelly, -40. Now they'll be coming in.
once again, understanding the fact that minus 40 is quite a solid team, I really do see minus 40 easily moving on forward towards the top 16. That means teams like SBA, they can be kicked out from that top 16 with ease. And that's what I'm saying. Teams that are from 12th till 16, they're in such a sensitive spot that they can easily be kicked out of that top 16. Group A and B, they've only got 2 more games to go. So all the teams in Group A and B who are there in the bottom 4, they need to understand this fact that they've only got 2 more chances left. If they do not get even one single chicken dinner in those 2 games, everything's going to come crashing down. But you know what? Without wasting any time, we're going to move on towards the map of Sanhok. And now Shadow's going to take leave and take a backseat while we're going to have Fixes on the panel with me right next to me. And Fixes, you know, Sanhok always means aggression. We're going to see a high-octane game, maybe.
It brings you that sense of unpredictability, that sense of uncertainty, and especially with how things really brewed up in the previous game. Hyderabad Hydras, definitely adrenaline coursing through their brains. Let's see how can they perform in this matchup. Of course, you've got Do or Die gathering a lot of points, but look at this. You've got Eternity in a drop collision over here at Camp Bravo, and that too against the tougher foes in the forms of Team Jelly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would not want to face off against a team that is already doing way too good in the overall standings. Because keep this thing in mind, they've got nothing to lose, and I'm pretty sure Team Jelly will try to take a fight against Eternity. They just do not really care about the standings anymore. They're doing much better. Eternity, though, everything to lose, everything on the deck. You've got Myth as well taking a fight against Team Bunny. Both the teams are looking pretty comfortably in the overall standings, but still Bunny to be on the safer side of things. Maybe they need at least 10 more points, then they can't be in the safer shoes. But Myth Official constantly ripping apart the players of Team Bunny. It feels like it's going to be another fail of a game for Team Bunny. Constantly the players are dropping down, and just like that, the entirety of Team Bunny, they come crashing down. 0 points from this game.
Waterfall going on for Team Bunny. Nothing seems to be working out for them at this given moment as Myth Official. This time they ensure that they come out on the better side of things, easily eliminating them. Of course, it's a 50-50 drop battle that we had ensuing amongst us, but there you have it. Myth Official just being the better ones in terms of getting those trades right, in terms of how they were positioned. But hold on, we've got yet another battle. Captain on the front end of things over there for Eternity with Josh Shelley and his teammates having nothing to lose over there. They have got their floodgates open as now Asla going after the lads of Gujarat Tigers. You already have Exist on his knees as Daddy OP from the backlines trying to provide some cover fire, but to no avail.
Utilities being tossed, and it's going to be perfect. The nade bounced on his head. That's how precisely the nade was placed. But eventually Zeref gets caught by the one man of Asla. The confirmation could have followed up, but he was able to find 2 instant knockouts. And that's going to bring the number on an equal level. Asla's 2 players knocked down. Zeref as well is knocked out. GT is trying to go for the revival on the fallen player. He can easily be back on his feet. Maybe Asla should try and do the same thing as well, but Mudit is creating a big distraction. He goes for the finishing blow on one of the players as Armand goes for the peek as well, and Armand is taken down way too low. One more shot around the corner. Armand gets knocked, but Gots is there to get the instant trade.
It certainly did come down to the wire. It could have been anybody's game, but of course, kudos to Gujarat Tigers. Courtesy to them getting those 2 early knocks certainly did make things easier. But towards the end, yes, of course, there were a little bit of those jitters, but let's not again forget the fact that they are playing without their IGL still. Having the confidence to win those 4v4 battles. They are looking ever so good. Now we're back to this, another standoff. Once again at Camp Bravo. Ninze and Captain staring into each other's eyes through those walls. Somebody needs to somehow cause some sort of a chaos. Somebody needs to start this fight off. Do they have enough grenades? Do they even have one? Because setting things off means the fight would begin. It seems like Ninze and Captain, they do not even want to move a muscle.
Eternity. All the 4 players standing. You can feel the silence. Eternity knows everything's on the line. And as I mentioned to you a while ago, teams from 12th till 16th, they're in a really sensitive spot in the overall standings. Those slots are always going to be fluctuated. Considering today's the last day, we're going to see a lot of big games from the latter half of the board. Hyderabad Hydras has already established that big comeback with 15 points from that previous game. And even M40 is another formidable competitor, so teams need to be a little bit more careful, especially from 12th till 16th. And Eternity is one of those. Captain and Smog right next to each other. And Ninja somewhere down line knows there's someone in the front lines. You can see the players stacking up as well. They want to make the push together, as Sam's going to be the one to lead the pack. And here comes the push now. Ninja, they do not just blindly want to push in. Instead, first play for the intel. Know exactly where the player's position. Sam catches a bit of hurt upon himself. A few moves being made by the opponents. Now that's going to give the confirmation that Team Just Jelly needed. Sam slowly and steadily taking that approach around the corner. Keel him out, looking forward to move inside of the house. Captain still holding the close quarters as well. There's this hesitancy that's there. Both the teams hesitating and making any sort of approach. No one wants to go for the first engagement. Eternity's playing it super defensive. As Team Just Jelly, they do want to breach on forward. And here comes the first push. Smog is taking too much damage, but that was beautifully played. There was a man holding the angle, even inside of the window. And Ninja instantly catches the player. Captain's going to be the second man around the corner inside of the house, but even he gets caught by Ninja. Beautifully played by Team Jelly. They flush out every single player in the nearby vicinities, and now it's time for the rest of the players of Eternity to fall down as well. Ninja single-handedly dismantling everyone that stands against him.
Now suddenly Team Eternity, they start to tremble with not a lot of games in hand. In fact, just one, and Tyrant being their last hope. At this point, nothing less than a clutch would suffice for them, as now they are being surrounded like piranhas in the ocean. They get the finish onto its Tyrant, and that being said, they are dealt with 11 games done and dusted, and barely hanging on with a slight glimmer of hope that they make it to the next stage. And of course, Hyderabad Hydras, Necro, you guys did mention about them staging that comeback. Better late than never. But given the fact that a lot of teams still have 3 more games to play after this, this makes it so much more worrying, especially if you have finished all your 10 games and this is the 11th one. Surely Eternity could not have afforded to lose this one out. But of course, Jelly, just having seen better days, they knew they had them surrounded. All they had to do was just rely on their confidence. And with Eternity having no sort of backup, having no sort of retaliation, they came falling smack down on their faces.
Did you notice one thing, Fixes? Look at M40. And Ryuk is all the way towards Kampong, and the rest of the 2 players, they're towards Nakam. There's a big separation between the lads, and I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the players of M40.
Maybe heals?
Maybe. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is, but it definitely does seem quite uncoordinated. Communication needs to be on point. And M40, the fact that they're still outside of the top 16, I'm not sure why they're taking such risks. They went for a 2-2 split off the rip. 2 players dropped in towards Kampong, 2 players dropped in towards Nakam. And those 2 players, unfortunately, towards Kampong, were under fire by one of the teams, which was WinGod Esports. So one of the men was lost, and now Ryuk is the only player surviving in that area. M40, they're quite scattered, and they do not seem coordinated at all. But let's just hope that in the upcoming moments, maybe M40 can make something happen. You move on towards this area. Legit, it is one of those teams. For them, unity is power. And we've seen Legit every single time stick to each other. You would not even see a moment where Legit would go for any sort of splits. They instead like to play all 4 players in one area. And sometimes it does work out, sometimes it doesn't. And right now, Hyderabad Hydras is also one of those teams that would want to play all players together. They've lost that confidence. Because Hyderabad Hydras just want to play for the survival. They do not really want to go for the early game fights.
So far, so good, at least for Hyderabad Hydras. after recovering from that terrible fall in game number 1 today's evening. And of course, Ninja with that brilliant clutch towards the end, of course, failed to get the chicken dinner, but still 15 points for Hyderabad Hydras. I'm going to take that. Coming back, the players of M40, I think it's just, there could have been 2 possible cases. Either kind of messed up their drops, or they just want to make sure that they collect enough meds and somehow hope to survive. Of course, the latter is the more riskier one and would be a dumb move. But at this point, anything that could go in their favor, because even if you are placing 3rd or 4th, you still have those 6 to 7 points. And in an unpredictable map like Sanhok, I think they would still fancy their chances. But when you take a look at this circle, GENxFM being one of those teams that have the central areas to themselves, and we've seen even in the past 2 days, they've been an aggressive bunch, never really shy away from fights. And this gets also concerning for Hyderabad Hydras, because if the position is compromised, the moment they leave some cover there, pretty much GENxFM might just rip them apart to shreds.
M40 right now too, they just seem so scattered. Nishu is right next to the players of Diesel. Orlo is way too close. Even Gokul is trying to move on up towards that same vicinity. Nishu needs some sort of backup. I'm not exactly sure why M40 is taking such a safer approach, where M40 seems like such a stronger team when it comes to the mechanics. The past 2 days, M40 has been proven that. As a well-knit unit, M40's decisions has been really good. Yes, they were not really able to secure a lot of points, but still in some of the games, M40 has been looking dominant. But now, considering they're overthinking a bit too much, they want to go for the safer approach. They want to go for the med strat and try and book on those easy points. Because of that, M40 sort of losing their potential to have those good games. Nishu and Vodka completely on different sides. While you try and speak a Ryuk, this man is on the different side of the map. So yeah, the separation can definitely dig their own graves. But speaking of the teams inside of the circle, Hyderabad Hydras, they found themselves quite a good compound to play with. All the 4 players playing in tandem. None of them want to move away from each other. You've also got Team Empire towards Pineant, still looking forward to find that breaching point, leaving the Pineant city now slowly and steadily. Team Just Jelly 2 moving in from Ban area. As the time keeps on passing by, the zone's going to get filled up by these teams, and the teams in the outskirts, they're going to have a tough time to try and breach in.
Especially with hidden ones roaming around, always a threat looming over your heads. We did see even yesterday towards the final 2 games, they suddenly stepped up, and yeah, they are also riding on a momentum train over here. But for Hyderabad Hydras, so far, they're safe and sound, nothing really to worry about. You have legit right beside you the adjacent compounds. You've got the likes of GENxFM who were atop them, but now they've also decided to enter inside the circle. Of course, Team Myth, they do have the central areas to themselves. Now, it all comes down to the hard shift. While even we've been talking so much about M40, Diesel have also been on the back foot, again going back to their old ways of entering pretty late inside the circle. Clearly, they've been struggling with fights, and this also seems like a game where situation might be same, but hold on. Albi's got some other plans in his mind, taking down a rather underwhelmed Team Blasty's IGL himself. Team Blasty also being majority of the times on the receiving end of things. This is another one of those fights that maybe if Diesel force and maybe they go towards the end of things, at least they could secure a couple of finishes to their names.
Orlo does not have any sort of meds, by the way.
That's brutal.
It's going to be rough for Diesel Esports to move on forward in the game. But his teammates definitely did have enough meds. So maybe he can borrow those, but Myth officials inside of the circle, chilling for now. GT is the only team in close contention. And I highly doubt GT being in the close proximity. I don't think so they will go for the challenge. Myth is one of those teams that does stand a chance to win the fight as well. And Myth has flipped a lot of the tables, especially previous game was a prime example of that. What a way to turn the tide. We all thought that Myth was going to be the one to lose that fight against Diesel Esports, but then Myth, somehow with just a two-man squad, they still wiped out the entirety of Diesel Esports, and it was quite a surprising affair. Before now, speaking of Myth, they've got such a good spot to play with in the smack center. Hidden Ones as well, they finally found themselves a nice breaching point towards Pawn, and they seem pretty comfortable too, but as soon as I say so, the next zone pops up. Team Legit, they're going to find themselves in the best possible spot, but still that compound, I'm not a big fan of it.
As long as you're out from the inner areas of Quarry, where you have to take that dipping area, so it's still fine for Legit. Especially given the fact that they can just hold on to their dear lives. It's all about waiting for that ambush, waiting for that breach in on them and somehow defend that. And look at this, quite unaware of Gujarat Tigers just surrounding them over there. Myth, they've had to get an early blow there. And now it's all panic setting in. Of course, Aiden knows this is going to be such a tough time for them to escape, especially given the fact that the circle has shifted away from them. Aiden out in the open. Arman, he's got his crosshairs pinned on him, just waiting for him to come out very much in the open and will connect that final bullet. Gets another knock, but look at this trade. Equally even better. Yes, of course, did overcommit in that situation, but for Gujarat Tigers, the numbers did favor them. But hold on, Genesis, they've heard all that commotion and now they also want to partake in this fight.
Sketches up close and personal, gets caught, had no clue exactly where Xerath was, and Xerath instantly hands out the death blow to Genesis. They walk in their own death trap. Man had no clue what exactly is happening around him, but he still gave his life away to the players of GT. And now Xerath also gets his hands on the loot, and not just that, he also gets his hand on the vehicle as well. Sam looking to toss a few more utilities against the players of Myth Official. The boys are out in the open. This nade's going to hit the mark, and that's also going to make sure that Myth Official will be eliminated from the game. Ninze was the casualty in the back lines, but it's completely fine. Ninze will be back on his feet. It's not that big of an issue. GT, even they want to get their fallen comrade back on his feet. Even that does not seem like it's going to be a big problem at all. They can easily get the fallen player back on his feet. But you look at Team Jelly, they've only got two players standing. Ninze and Sam. While you speak of GT, they've still got bigger foes to worry about. Genesis. It's a 3-on-3 battle for now. Xerath is taken away to his death. Someone needs to save the day for Xerath. Xerath is back on his feet, so that's a great thing. The main playmaker for this game is now back up. And as long as Xerath is alive, still anything can happen. The first man as well, it does feel like the engagement could have happened. The opener could have been there for the players of GT. Utilities are being tossed constantly, but they're just not able to find the mark. Shira is barely dodging death at this point. But the utilities from the side of Genesis, they do catch Xerath once again. As Xerath gets knocked out, Fragger pushed up a little too deep, had no clue where exactly Gods was, and Gods instantly gets gifted with that elimination. Mudit and Gods right next to each other, playing in tandem, as the man's going for the revival in the backlines, and Shiro wants to make the push happen. He constantly wants to pressure the players of GT, but I'm sure GT is someone that's not going to let this happen anytime soon. Wall of Death is now starting to take chunks of HP, and GT, they need to wrap this fight up as quick as possible as they take down the last man as well. The final nails in the coffin. Xerath back up on his feet. He's looking pretty healthy. The entirety of GT is looking pretty good.
Look at this. The threat's still not averted because they have Team Jelly to deal with. And look at this. Sam just comes in out of nowhere and rains death and destruction on Gujarat Tigers. Little bit of that overcommitment, overextension really hurting Gujarat Tigers over there. As Modit somehow needs to hold on to the fort. Final two players surviving. Arman and Modit need to play it right. Cannot have an inch of error as Arman steps out of his cover. Lands that death blow as Ninze, the last player surviving. He's got no other avenue. He has to tuck up and he has to run for his life as Gujarat Tiger, they are spitting fire. They have tasted blood, but look at this. Modit being dealt with from the far off fray. It is going to be Hidden Ones coming out from their dens and finally striking when the time was right. But Ninze, he hopes that he makes it inside the quarry areas. He does. But can he breathe for long? Has Wingard still have all 4 of their players still breathing, 19 remaining, 26 players alive, with no assurance of anybody in prime contention to get the chicken dinner. It could go anyways.
Ninja is the only survivor from that onslaught. Zerf got knocked out 4 times in the span of 2 minutes. Gotta feel bad for Zerf. He was not enjoying that entire outcome. Wingard Esports, though, still with a few more utilities, looking to punish a few more foes in the front. They got rid of the players of Hidden One, so that's a great thing. But now Ninja, it feels like the entirety of Legit, they just come crashing down upon him. Ninja was able to find the 2-piece, but that's all he could find. Proton was the one to save the day for the boys, and as I mentioned for Legit, unity is power. They like to play with each other every single time. Not even for an instance you would see Legit separating from each other. They do not even like to play for the splits. Proton gets capitalized instantly by Hunter this time around, and now Legit's taken down to a 2-man squad. Hyderabad Hydras, they make the move. They want to position themselves in the upcoming circle, but they're being a little bit too quick. They should try and move slow and steady. Hug the blue zone and take your time. Spursh is going to be the man who might just play the big X factor. He can backstab the players of Hyderabad Hydras if he wants. Spursh is also taking a lot of damage from the blue. But unfortunately, Diesel Esports' Orlo is also taking shots against M40. The players, they've got nowhere to go. And Orlo has already done enough damage as he was able to take down Rook, but still Vodka is alive in the back lines. M40, all of that safe approach for what?
At this point, for Vodka, he's given up on his life, but Ryuk, I don't know how he keeps things rolling for him. And his team as DSL, they do rack up a couple of limbs to their names for being the number. As Parsh wants to close in from the sidelines over there. And he falls prey to the zone. As now, as you can see, Diesel in prime contention of getting the chicken dinner. They've got some good compounds to work around with. As Team Empire still in the fray. As looking at DOD, relying on Clutcher and Reaper. DOD have been having a great time today with all their games, having converted good amount of points. As Orlo goes in for the drive-by, has taken some massive amount of damage. As Albi from the backlines does provide that cover fire, but not enough to put Clutcher down on his knees. Follows up with another grenade, hoping that it shall connect, trying to buy enough time to get that res back up. As 4 teams still remain. Wingard this time taking the fight against the players of Team Empire. As Empire holding on. Godex being dealt with as Yash. He is going to be flying over with some of his grenades from his backpack. As LeBron tosses a couple of more utility, trying to get inside the circle. It's going to be a very desperate attempt coming in from Wingard. 6 finishes already to their names. DOD right in front of them. And they still have Diesel on their right. As Reaper position already revealed. But looking at Clutcher still hiding. But somewhere down the line, LeBron knows that there are 2 foes in front of him. And now they come out in the open. Just lying in wait to hunt them down. But somehow he's letting them pass. But finally, here's the gun shots. And there you have it. Gets dealt with as DOD. They survive the wrath. And now they have to deal with the players of DSL.
I also think with this game, do or die, they've pushed themselves all the way in the top 16. DOD has been super consistent. The previous game as well, DOD was able to pull off quite big numbers. And now even inside of this game, DOD is there in the top 2. Consistent placement in both the games. DOD, they can instantly propel themselves in the top 16. As Diesel Esports now looking for to knock on the doors of Do or Die. Do or Die still need to make it inside of the safe zone. They need to move out in the open. They do not have a lot of cover to play with. As Diesel Esports know exactly where the last 2 remaining players of DOD are. And the man ejects outside of the vehicle. And of course, the shotgun's going to do its deed. And just like that, it will be Diesel Esports to get their chicken dinner in the open final stage 3. And with this chicken dinner, Diesel Esports, they put themselves in quite a formidable spot.
This is exactly what they needed. Diesel Esports, again, when we saw Hyderabad Hydras having such a great game in the previous game of Erangel, Diesel Esports needed to answer back, needed some hope. And seems like hope is what they found in the form of this chicken dinner over here. Things could have gone really awry for them, but they somehow played their cards right. And we've always talked about Sanhok being one of those unpredictable maps where anything and everything is possible. And Diesel Esports, out of every other map, they get this one in chicken. And now I really want to see how many points have they accrued for themselves, because if it is less than 15, then concerns will still be alive, because after this, they just have one more match remaining.
It is definitely more than 15. They had 5 eliminations before they took down the players of DOD. So maybe they're going to have 7 to 8 eliminations from this one single game. So that's going to give them 18 points in total. So still, that's more than enough to put the players of Diesel Esports in a really good spot in the overall standings, because they were not doing too bad anyway. So they're in the top 16. And now they get the chicken dinner. So Diesel Esports should be easily there, maybe in the top 11 or maybe in the top 8. It's not going to be that big a sign of a concern for the players of Diesel Esports. They've already made it, but now the real focus is going to be on the teams like Hyderabad Hydras, which are still on the struggling side of the things, because Hyderabad Hydras, once again, they dropped the ball. We did not see the consistency from them.
Listen, to be honest, I mean, it's still out in the open. 18 points. Surely they've crossed that 58 plus mark and could have maybe potentially touched 60. But considering the fact that we still have one group that has a lot of their games, in fact 3 more, it's going to be so difficult to decipher as to who makes it and who does not. Still not going to rule out Diesel, or still not going to come out and say that they're safe at this point. But yes, Hyderabad Hydra is the concern, still alive. A very good circle, which they should have really converted, but for eternity. But this is also one other thing that I really wanted to discuss in the cast. Zeref did manage to get that knock over there, but then eventually just ended up going out to get that loot, as a result of which he gets knocked down once again. And that is what kind of tickled so much of those follow-up plays. We had so many of the other teams coming in. GENxFM came in, and Gujarat Tigers, they were scared to death for a moment. They wanted to get those rev backups. They wanted to fight back, and they were doing it all. Till the moment Team Jelly also chimed in. But for DOD, what a day it has been in the office for them. And what a time for them to really wake up, because they have been thorough, they have been consistent throughout all the 3 games that they've played, Necro. And it feels like, I think they're also finding themselves a decent amount of cushion to latch onto.
Zeref got knocked out 4 times in that entire fight. And I'm pretty sure he was the only player who was not having fun out of all of his teammates, because his teammates were definitely trying their best to get Zeref back on his feet. As soon as he got back up, there was a nade flung over. Zeref would get knocked once again. Then some of the players would go for the flank angle, would knock Zeref once again. So yeah, Zeref was not having fun at all. Moving towards Legit Esports. Legit Esports, as I mentioned, they're sort of pro and con is that they like to stick to each other, which also means that sometimes the information can be limited, and we've also seen that happen so many times that they just do not exactly have the information on how to exactly counter the opponent, and that's why they get countered themselves. So Legit Esports, maybe sometimes spreading yourself out a bit more, playing a bit more confident approach can definitely help you a lot in the upcoming games. But you've got Just Jelly, Ninze being the best MVP, and of course getting 6 finishes in his hands and 55% finish contribution with the map impact of 10%.
I think for Ninze, the biggest fight, and I think the best part about him was the first one against Eternity, where he showed no fear. Just head on, charged in, did a majority of the dirty work, and he was the one who was controlling things over there. As a result, and of course towards the end also, did help in that little bit of a wipeout against Gujarat Tigers. Quite deserved, to be honest. And especially when you are on the top of the table, you've got nothing really to worry about, playing without any pressure. At the same time, my heart goes out to the players of Eternity. At this point, it feels very fragile for them, considering how volatile the overall standings are looking like, and getting eliminated like this, I think finally they're starting to panic.
Hands down. I mean, overall, all you can say is that maybe hope for the best, because Group B, they've only got 1 more game to go, Fixes, and all the team inside of the Group B, including Hyderabad Hydras, they've only got 1 game to go. One last chance to try and prove yourself that you're worthy enough to be in the top 16, and Hyderabad Hydras, the only thing that can save the day for them, let's be honest, is a big chicken dinner. They at least need 10 elimination points and 10 placement points to be there in the top 16 in a really good spot. If Hyderabad Hydras do miss that out as well, then we all know what's going to be the course of action. We're not going to see them move on forward in the challenge season in the top 16. And honestly speaking, a team like Hyderabad Hydras, you would really love to see them in the later stages of the tournament, because they're the T1 team. We all consider them as one of the best, but still, this newer roster that they've brought on the table, it does not feel like it's working that well.
And that is going to be a deal breaker right? Especially considering Hyderabad Hydras, they've invested so much into the scene, and if a team does not make it inside of the challenger stage, I'm pretty sure the future of these players would be in doubt, especially Moksh, considering the only player of the previous roster of Hyderabad Hydras, he had to do a rebuild. Whilst the others have succeeded, he is looking to go down for a massive fall. But when we take a look at the match rankings, Necro, Diesel Esports 17 points. That means they have crossed over that 60 mark, and I'm assuming they might be safe considering they've played so many games, but still cannot rule the opposition out. We've got so many teams coming in, a new group coming into play. They have 3 more matches to go, so anything and everything is possible. For Wingard, they're pretty much chilling. Same goes with Team Chelly, but TOT, this string of consistent games are really helping them up, climb up in the overall standings. But what a massive debacle coming in from M40. Anything and everything that they were thinking really did not go their way.
M40 threw that game, let's be honest, with the way they dropped on the map. I mean, both the players just on a complete different side of the map. I'm not exactly sure what was going through the players of M40's minds, because that sort of play style is something that we've never seen in the past, and it makes a lot of sense why we've never seen it in the past, because it just never works. I'm not exactly sure what M40 wanted to do. Maybe, as you mentioned, maybe they wanted to get their hands on the meds and play for the med strat, but we did not even see that happen till the end. Both the players, Ryuk and his teammate, they got taken down in the final few moments. We did not even see the med strat from the side of M40. They did not even survive till the late stages in the game. So M40 threw that game of Sanhok. Now they just need to hope for the best in the upcoming few games. If M40 is still not able to perform, then we all know what's going to happen. We're not going to see them in the challenge season. They're not going to be there in the top 16. The real concern over here now is going to be about the upcoming matches. And, of course, Group B is just going to have one more game to go. If Diesel Esports hit the bullseye, they move on forward, and they're going to be secured in the top 16. If Diesel Esports drop the ball once again, there's a big chance their slot can be taken away. Now for Hyderabad Hydras, they need a major game. They need a big game in their hands. If they do not get that nuclear performance done in this map of Miramar, everything's going to come crashing down, and Hyderabad Hydras will be eliminated too.
And this is going to be quite concerning, to be honest, especially for Hyderabad Hydras. They need another at least 12-pointer, if not a chicken dinner, because that seems to be quite far-fetched given the lack of confidence and the morale going on in their department at this point. Because Hyderabad Hydras, things are looking quite bleak, honestly. Of course, felt like after that Ninja clutch, we would get to see some better plays. And this was one of those circles where they could have really made some good conversions. But again, you've got Hyderabad Hydras finally playing their last game. Pressure really on their heads, and Moksh really needs to pull an ace out of his sleeve. Needs to get a biggie in this one.
Honestly speaking, all Hyderabad Hydras need to do is just avoid teams like Team Just Jelly, avoid a few more known names that have already qualified like Wingard Esports. As long as you're staying away from these banners, I still think you can have a better chance at survival. If you do somehow find yourself against these teams, one thing is for sure, they're not going to let you get away alive, that's for sure. So it's better to just avoid them and play for your life.
They will have to, because this next game is going to be so much more exciting and interesting. And to spice things up even a little bit more, we've got Shadow joining with us on the desk on this one. It's going to be Miramar and the final game for teams from Group B. And if they do not manage to convert, especially the ones that are really struggling, then sorry to say, we have to bid them adieu. But yes, welcoming you back, Shadow. How did you like the game of Sanhok?
Thank you so much, Fixers. I loved Sanhok, especially the way Gujarat Tigers, they were taking that fight. And Diesel Esports, oh my, they have got a winner chicken dinner for themselves. And it was needed from their side, hands down, because Diesel, they wanted to qualify, and they've been showing that sign of aggression, of improvement since the start of the day. But this game, like you said, is going to be of prime importance for the players of Group B. Eternity, they have been struggling. Diesel Esports, it just got a winner chicken dinner. And especially Hyderabad Hydras, after that performance in the previous Erangel, they need that qualification. They need to perform really good. Moksh, the pressure is definitely mounting on his shoulder. But speaking of the Miramar, the current map, well, it seems like we are going to have a draw clash towards the side of Hacienda. As I can see, Genesis is going there. Along with that, 3 other teams are also there. Picardo will be pretty much occupied by the players of Team Hyderabad Hydras. No one else is going to contest that city, so Hyderabad Hydras will be feeling elated, but can't say the same thing for the players of Team Eternity. Luck is not favoring this team at all. Let's see what the IGL is going to make the decision at this point. Are they going to have a fight, or they are going to find a safe escape from the situation? Because Kaiser and the boys have not been feeling really well on day number 3. The first 2 Erangels didn't go entirely in their favor, and looks like it will already have a knock coming in, and this time Eternity, they are not on the receiving end. In fact, they are the one inflicting damage. They have managed to get 1 knock. Let's see if Eternity can get the confirmation point also.
Fighting against all odds, they've got no other option. And to make matters worse, they have to deal with the likes of Myth officials. Of course, this is one of those fights which will eventually end up in a little bit of a standstill, given the fact that the distance between these two teams is a bit too much. So, of course, Team Eternity have to proceed this fight with extreme caution. One misstep and they could be done for, given the fact that they've been struggling, especially after how good they were in the first day. And after that, it felt like they never could really recover. They've been losing those 4v4 fights. We know Eternity to be one of those teams to be quite good in terms of their positioning, those endgame circles, but they have been having so much trouble taking those early fights and having been dealt with that they've found out no contingency plans for themselves.
And the thing is, it's not only Myth that Eternity needs to deal with at this point. Yes, they have been struggling since yesterday, but it's also Genesis in the close proximity, who is ready to do a third party, especially looking at the position of where Grind was. He's very much aware that there are 2 teams in the city of Picardo. So maybe Genesis can try going for that aggressive approach and maybe can do a third party in that scenario. If that happens, Myth, they don't have anything to lose. But Eternity, they have everything to lose. This game is of utmost importance for Eternity. That's the reason that we can see that despite getting the initial knock, Eternity didn't rush onto the things. They didn't overcome it. Instead, they kept their focus on gathering the crucial loot, crucial resources. But look at the position where Maxi is at this point. Seems like he's aware about the position of Kaiser, Spear from the rooftop, getting a lot of information, especially onto Kaiser. And a perfect spray coming in from that M416 takes a lot of HP out of Kaiser. Thankfully, Kaiser is safe for now. But like you said, Eternity, they need to approach this fight very cautiously.
Now, had he had maybe even 2 times on his M4, Kaiser would have been pretty much done for. But given the fact that in this particular fight, I feel like Myth officials, they've got a better advantage considering to all the buildings that they've captured. The tall ones, they've got so much vision going in. Look at this, everything being relayed, while when you look at the players of Eternity, they are literally blinded. It's all about them just hoping that Myth official do make a mistake over here and they end up capitalizing. And you've got yourself in such a dirty spot that at this point you would be hoping that Myth official really backs off from over here. So much going on in their heads, but Team Eternity, they have to be brave. They have to see this through. And look at this, Kaiser once again out in the open. Oxen has a beautiful flank angle. Did dish a lot of damage over there. And even after that, look at him being so bold. Even trying to close in the gaps, get in a little bit more deeper. As captain, really approaches in very close to Maxioso. And this is not looking well so far for Eternity.
I'll say Captain Kaiser, they're playing with fire. It was a very risky move, which Captain pulled off. Yes, Kaiser received a hefty damage in that situation, but crossing that road without any sort of smoke and Spear right on the rooftop, having a lot of information and a clear angle onto Kaiser. Captain definitely leading the charge, but looking at the circle and the teams, I think Gujarat Tigers, they are all the way towards south. Valedilmar, Minas, that's where they usually like having the control. Asla Esports, they always like going towards the side of Los Leones. In fact, it is important for Asla also today to stage a comeback because this team has also been struggling. And Miramar has not been the best of the map for Asla up until now. Let's see if they can redeem themselves. There are 2 teams who are in the close proximity. That is going to be the players of Legit and Team Blasty. But seems like Myth and Eternity, They're going for an aggressive approach as Oxen, with that constant bombardment of the grenades, is trying to find some sort of opening connection.
I think for Asla it has been the case in every particular map, to be honest. But finally pushes come to shove. Has Oxen, gets a beautiful knock onto its Tyrant. And now Eternity, they are starting to tremble. They are starting to look in the eyes of death. They know what awaits them still. Somehow trying to delay the inevitable as Myth officials go charging in. Look at them jump. And now Eternity deciding to back off. But Oxen, he's going to spare none. And there you have it. Eternity, just in the blink of an eye, have lost out on 2 of their members. In fact, make that 3 as Kaiser being the final player standing. He also gets dealt with. Easy peasy for Myth as they successfully get all the 4 finishes secured and could really mark the end of the run for Eternity, especially having such a great start into the Open Finals. To see them crashing out like this is definitely going to be a huge blow.
Mistakes were made, I'll say. It was not like Eternity was playing it to the perfection. Mistakes were made from the side of Captain and Kaiser, especially the way he was spotted down, and despite that they rushed onto the compounds of Team Myth Esports. But never mind, Myth definitely without facing any casualty have managed to get 5 elimination. The 5th one coming on to Nishu of -40 out in the open. Miramar is not one of those maps where you can afford to be out in the open, especially when the players of Team Myth or Middle are in the close proximity. And this time it is Myth. 5 finishes, no casualty. I think Myth are feeling very extremely confident. The next victim could be the players of -40.
I think for Myth officials, it's all about just warming up, especially for what awaits them the next week. And of course, -40 Joker. He's being dealt with a massive amount of damage over there, but somehow still managed to survive. But look at this. Mate, they want to keep their hands full. On one side, they're engaging against one team. Now they're going after Hidden Ones. They're all over the place. Joker already being knocked out, and Hidden Ones being in a very awkward spot over there, out in the open. A little bit of that overextension coming in from Maxioso, not realizing that he's been sprayed from the side. Of course, he goes dropping down, but the cover fire is absolutely there. As look at it, Spear being the tip of the spear over here of the attack for Myth officials. 5 finishes secured already. Mortis in front of him. We have seen those moments from Mortis come in, especially in this particular map. But this time, he's got no other option but to tuck his tails and run. As now, Hidden Ones, they're going through such a rough patch over here with no means of escape out in the open, and Myth officials just being hungry for blood. Blows after blows being exchanged, and Daniel right in front of Aiden still comes out swinging with that S12K, but the trade being absolutely perfect. But again, Hidden Ones have something to retaliate back with as they're still breathing and fighting in through this out. As Mortis, he's got a different angle for himself, and suddenly Myth are also on a verge of a collapse.
Oh yes, they are, as Maxi with that smoke cover is trying to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade, but he's not having enough resources. That was his last smoke, the last grenade he used in that particular fight. Yes, Daniel is also bleeding, at the same time providing all the intel and information to his teammates. Mortis, along with his teammate, is looking to eliminate the players of teammate, as Oxen with the vehicle is trying to go for a flank angle, have an off angle onto the players of Hidden Ones, as they have got only a little wooden shack to work around with. And there it goes, the rescue mission has already started. Oxen can be that cheeky player to ruin the entire plan of Hidden Ones. He's going to do that exactly same thing, as Alien has been knocked out, and it's all down to Mortis, the last man standing from the side of Hidden Ones at this point.
Oh, it's feeling quite rough for Mortis, especially Hidden Ones. They need to salvage as many finishes as possible, as Oxen, he gets the job done. Takes down Hidden Ones, and of course a little bit of a breather for Hidden Ones. They still have 2 more games to go after this, but now they know that if there was any semblance of cushion, it's finally vanished, finally gone. But for Hyderabad Hydras, the final game, and look at this assault coming in from the players of Asla. And Asla, they're playing as if they've got nothing to lose. Zyro opening the doors up. Ninja still keeping guard, but now he's taken a massive amount of damage. He needs to back off from this situation. As Hyderabad Hydra, the cavalry does arrive. The backup is definitely there. But same goes for Asla. All 4 players Everybody's just coiled up, ready to strike. Ninja needs to patch himself up ASAP. As Saif, he's got a very good flank angle to work with. Moksh still trying to somehow just hold on the push. Trying to lob as many grenades and maybe hoping that he finds a knock over there. But now it seems like the tables are looking to flip. Because Hyderabad Hydras have enough numbers whilst Asla, they do not. And this beautiful molly coming in from Ninja puts Zyro on his knees. As Daddy, he has got a lot of job to do now.
He certainly has. He has to go for the rescue mission. At the same time, he has to deal with all the 4 players of Team Hyderabad Hydras. Hunter out in the open, holding that broken wall. The constant repositioning of Hyderabad Hydras is definitely working in their favor, as Daddy is down to a sliver of HP. A grenade he just dodged. Exist is there to provide all the backline support, but even he is also losing hefty HP. But Exist with a nade finds a connection onto Moksh, takes him down. That is going to give some time to the players of Team Asla to get their HP back. But Saif with a grenade blows up one of the player, but Krish also takes down Ninja. The constant trades are coming there, but Asla Esports, they are on the back foot as Exist with a sliver of HP is trying to go a little aggressive onto the players of Team Hyderabad Hydras. 2 players already down, begging for the help, begging for the rescue mission as Krish goes for the confirmation onto Ninja of Team Hyderabad Hydras. From the backline, Legit Esports is also there to do a perfect third party, but Exist and his teammate Krish takes down Curse God. And Hunter goes for the confirmation point. The last man standing from the side of Team Asla also bids bye-bye. And Team Hyderabad Hydras, at the cost of 2 players, do manage to eliminate the entirety of Asla. But they have a bigger problem to deal with. That is the player of Team Legit Esports.
Not out of the woods yet. Surely they have survived this battle, that have not won this war. For Hyderabad Hydras, it is going to be quite sweaty. A 2-on-4 situation against Legit Esports. They know that they've got the players of Hyderabad Hydras cornered. It's all about just finding those right angles, getting that one knock and going in for the push. Considering the fact that Hyderabad Hydras wanted to contest for the center, little did they know that a lot of teams were thinking likewise. And now they find themselves at the precipice of almost falling down, slipping, and maybe not seeing tomorrow in this tournament. Proton, he's going to take his chances. Slop down a couple of grenades over there. Trying to maybe just tickle their HP off a little bit. Because at this point, Hyderabad Hydras, they're out of resources. They do not have a lot of utility to work around with. And there you have it, Choco. He opens things up. Saif being taken down. Ninja, of course, being that final player surviving for his team. He's pulled off a clutch in the previous maps of Erangel. We've seen that. But can he do that again? This time, not even Ninja can save that. Hunter being the last man alive, perhaps. 3 finishes to this young lad. But he's got to get a couple 4 more. And at this point, legit, they're making sure that they do everything right. Just burning the building down. And there goes Hunter. And there goes the dreams of Hyderabad Hydras. Making it into the challenge stages.
That was quite unfortunate. Hyderabad Hydras did manage to eliminate the players of Asla Esports, but after that, Ledger strike at the right moment, and now Hyderabad Hydras in the last game taking an exit at the 13th spot. But on the northern periphery of the circle, we have Team Genesis and Team Jelly also locking horns with each other, where Keo Lamau has been knocked out. Jelly, they do have a job. They have to go for the rescue mission, but they are also bearing the brunt of the blue. Both these teams are fighting in the blue. Yes, I agree, Team Jelly, they have got nothing to lose. They are anyhow qualifying for the next stage. So they can prolong this fight. They can afford to take a fight in the blue. But on the other side, Sketch with a vehicle run over gets a confirmation onto Keo Lamau. And now the entire numbers advantage is with the plus of Team Genesis. And I like the spread of Genesis also. The way all the 4 players are spread out. But one of the player of Team Jelly, I think it is Jelly only, who has gone for the flank angle. And that has not been read by the players of Team Genesis at all.
I mean, to be honest, either of these teams have got not much to lose over here. Jelly and Genesis collecting enough points to qualify. And that is what matters. And this is, again, one of those fights in which whatever the outcome is, that does not change a lot in the grand scheme of things. But, Hyderabad Hydras, They did play their final game, did win that one fight. But it kind of baffles me or even pushes me into thinking if that is going to be enough for them. I mean, especially they woke up from their slumber, but of course they lost the long war. And now Sam, looking at him, he's got some vision onto it. Sketch, he's just waiting for Sketch to reveal himself a little too much. Sketch also being quite cautious with his approach. As Jelly, look at him, brimming with confidence. He wants to push in through. And Jelly, they want to somehow flip the tables. Position compromise, Jelly. Position given away. Readies up that grenade. Tosses it at Shiro's direction. Does not connect. Misses by a mile as Fragger. He's going to answer back with his own. And that's also going to be a long shot, to be honest. But this is something that Genesis are doing really good, is what they have decided to wrap around. 2 players against Jelly. And Jelly also realized that this is not a smart fight to take, because his teammates cannot provide that cover fire. So decides to back off and hoping that Ninja spots Fragger out and maybe takes him down. And that is where Jelly can look for a strike back.
But first, Jelly needs to patch himself up. That's the first job he needs to do. But Hero still in the compounds, just waiting for the players of Team Jelly to commit any sort of mistake. But there is one more team who can do a third party in this situation. That is Team Diesel. But wait a second. We have the players of Wingod Esports and Gujarat Tigers also locking horns with each other, where one player has been taken down. Gods also gets knocked out. Infinity surviving on a sliver of HP. He also gets taken down. And it's only down to Yash of Wingod Esports, who is way too far away to help his teammates. Gujarat Tigers, they came so quickly and easily. Took down the 3 players of Wingod Esports. But Yash is also aware about the position of the players of Team Legend Esports. He has spotted on one player, but holding on to the concretes for now could be the decision for him, as Legend, they're going for a rush onto the players of Gujarat Tigers.
Oh my god. Fights happening left, right and center all over the place. And this is what we love to see, right? Given the fact that all these teams, couple few have already qualified, couple few are struggling for qualification, and there are few that have no more matches to play. Dream shattered. They have to wait for the next year. And a huge setback for all the big names. But now as things stand up, the circle shifting towards Picardo, where Bunny Esport find themselves in a really good spot. And even for the likes of Myth Official, they've got beautiful high ground to play around with, a lot of ridges also. But DOD, certainly a team to watch out for, given the fact that the matches that they've come into play, they have ensured that they've made it theirs. Even if not getting the chicken dinner, still have secured a lot of points to their names. And there you have it. Cave Maxi also an inch, he walks a mile. Gets a beautiful knock. But of course, the revivals will be there. But now even Team Empire closing in, and you've got Team Blasty also in the vicinity, and beautiful knock coming in from Hunter, especially. Unwanted assistance coming in from Kratos' side. But Team Empire now feels like one of their players being taken down. Everybody is just struggling for survival over here.
I'm just wondering, so many fights are happening. Miramar is supposed to be a slow map, but it is a very fast-paced map.
Exactly.
10 teams remaining, 36 players. And this is exactly what we anticipated at the first day, that the remaining 3 games of day number 3 are going to be super aggressive. Staging a comeback in the last 3 games is never an easy job. For now, Legit Esports, yes, they're in the close proximity to the players of Team Empire, and Team Empire, an easy revival should be coming in, but holding on to the compounds, defending the compound is not going to be an easy job for the players of Team Empire at this point. They're just waiting for the next circle shift. Even the players of -40 are trying to move inside the circle from the southern western side. And if they go directly to the compounds, they are going to be welcomed by not just 1 but 3 teams waiting for them. On the northern side, like you pointed out, we have the players of Do or Die. For Team Empire, I think it's a very important game. They can't afford to lose any player. They can't afford to face any sort of casualty. So maybe we can expect a slow approach from this side, not try to force a fight at this point with the players of Legit Esports. But speaking of Legit, Curse God, he has spotted on one of the player of Gujarat Tigers out in the open.
At this point, it feels like the real estate prices in Picado would certainly go high, considering there has been a barrage of so many of those teams trying to enter in. But look at this, Diesel Esports. Oh my god, they're out in the open, and Kurskov this time, he spares none. Mark set on the players of Diesel, as they've got no means of escape. They're cornered over there, out in the open, one after the other. The players falling down, but a little bit of a respite, at least for Diesel, as Kurskov has been dealt with from elsewhere. It's going to be Bunny Esport that have been doing the damage. But look at this. Even for Orlo, he's down on his knees, and even Diesel know that this game is going to be so crucial for them. As question marks still on their qualification. Yes, that last chicken dinner did help them a lot. But is it going to be enough, considering we still have a couple of games to go after this, as Orlo, he finally loses down on his life. For legit an important fight nonetheless. But what on earth are Gujarat Tigers doing, and what is God's up to? Seems like it's a God's plan, and he's living up to he's having his moments. Flip from his vehicle, steps out, gets a knock, slap on the faces of his enemies, as now Jelly, he is surrounded from two different angles. From one side you've got the players of Genesis, but look at this. Even Gujarat Tigers, they don't care about Jelly. They want to get some finishes for themselves. Going after the players of Genesis over there, whilst Jelly still alive in that smoke screen, but he has his position known to the others, known to his foes. As Gujarat Tigers flying high with 5 finishes. How many more can they get from this situation, Shadow?
Oh, they are going to get a lot more. My main question is, for how long can Jelly survive at this point? Can he do some sort of damage to the players of Gujarat Tigers? On the other side, Legit and Diesel Esports, they're also locking horns with each other. But Zeref with a grenade trying to find something, as Gods has been knocked out. Now Mudit might have to go for the rescue mission. Jelly on a sliver of HP. Finally, Mudit will deal with him. And Team Just Jelly has been eliminated on the 10th spot. And Gujarat Tigers still looking for more finishes, more finish points. And Genesis could be the next victim of them, as they are very much aware about their position. But Myth Esports is also locking horns with the plus of -40, as Maxi has been knocked out. Oxen is going for the rescue mission for the revival, and -40. They are just taking a rain check onto the plus of Team Myth Esports, as they're prioritizing the rotation. They want to respect the circle, but can Aiden allow that, as a vehicle is about to be on the verge of explosion at this point? At the same time, Aiden is aware about the position of few other teams and few other players. He's being the king of the hill, but he also needs to respect the circle. Coming downhill is never an easy job.
You know, Myth still have that luxury, right? A little bit of a high ground. They still have qualified. They've got nothing to worry about. Even if they get eliminated, nothing to scoff at. Will have no regrets, but still have all the avenues to try and get as many finishes as they can possibly gather from this situation. As Oxen, he closes in on the players of Bunny Esports, who've got a lot on their hands right now. They have Team Empire to deal with, but here comes the push. And Kratos, he gets taken down. And on this side, we've got Gujarat Tigers also dealing with the players of Team Legit, as Proton being the one survivor over here. Surrounded, yes, he also goes falling down. And that being said, Legit, they're out of this game. As now, Bunny Esports going after the players of Myth from the low grounds, but they have got no remorse. Not even scared. They want to go in for the push, especially with all those Molotovs being displayed out there. Oxen, he gets picked up. It all rests on Maxioso as the push comes in from two different directions, as Bunny Esport wrap them up. 3 finishes to their names, a very crucial team wipe, and now they also know that they have to get inside the circle. So many teams still fighting for survival. This is getting ever so exciting.
Oh, definitely. And Team Empire, they're also coming under heavy fire. Yes, they have the safety of the circle, but the way Dope is lobbing that Molotov, a constant barrage of grenades might come in towards the side of Team Empire, because at one side, if it is Team Bunny Esports, on the other side, it is the players of Team Gujarat Tigers, whose entire focus for now is on the last player of Team Genesis. Not the last player, in fact, the only player for now. The remaining 3 players are a little distance, but finally the cavalry is there to provide all the backline support which Hero needs. But look at that, do or die. being the king of the hills, they can also do a perfect third party in this situation. As on the other side of the map, we have the players of Team BotArmyEsports trying to close in the distance with the players of Team Empire, and Hunter with a grenade looking for some sort of connection, and finally takes down Sanchit.
Team Empire fighting tooth and nail somehow to still survive in this tournament, especially with being surrounded from multiple directions. A lot of foes eyeing out on them, still fighting quite valiantly against the lads of Team Bunny. But from the backlines, they also know that DOD are right over there. They need to deal with the situation ASAP, as now Team Empire certainly on the climb. They want to go after the players of Team Bunny, as Bunny, the last player alive, still somehow holding on the fort. Bunny not having the best of HP now against Empire himself. Does manage to knock him down as well. And now it is going to be Predator that goes in for that finish over there, as somehow Team Empire still surviving in this game, but two players down on their knees, especially with all their foes knowing their whereabouts. It's going to be so difficult for them, as Gujarat Tigers looking to wrap things up. It is going to be a 2-on-4 situation. The odds against them, but Team Empire 6 finishes and a second spot. Is it going to be enough? The match still not over, but gods, surely he looks at closing the distance. There comes the push. Are they ready for it? Both these players playing in tandem with each other. Grenade flung over as Mudit from the skies, just raining death and destruction as Empire. He's also going to dealt with. And there you have it. It is going to be Gujarat Tigers getting another chicken dinner in the bag. Seems like the only competition for Gujarat Tigers is themselves, and they have proven that time and time again. Another great effort, but yes, Team Empire, a second position finish with 6 or 7 finishes is looking quite decent.
Oh, certainly. Gujarat Tigers, they always dot all the I's and cross all the T's. They play it so perfectly. Took down the entirety of Team Empire, took down the entire team of Legit Esports, then went ahead, took down the players of Team Just Jelly. Gujarat Tigers, they were on a roll. They just wanted to play for the finish points, and they were rewarded with a winner-winner chicken dinner. They had the entire control of the circle. They were the king of the hill. So much information is there, was there with the players of Team Gujarat Tigers. The way they always go for the push in a tandem as a unit, that's something makes Gujarat Tigers very strong.
And in this game, they were literally madmen on a carnage, on a rampage. They had no fear in their eyes, not even playing with their IGL, just 4 players, 4 band of brothers, just entering inside the battlegrounds and having fun. Especially considering how the journey for Gujarat Tigers was throughout the Open Finals. Day number 1, we saw them struggling massively, and day number 2, it felt like the old Gujarat Tigers, the Gujarat Tigers that the fans wanted to see, they're back. And day number 3, it's even getting better. Every single game, even if they're getting picked off, they're walking with a lot of finishes. And this chicken dinner was just the icing on the cake. But then again, in the grand scheme of things, the overall storyline that we are looking out for, Team Empire having staged such a solid comeback, puts them in such a good position right now. And for eternity, feels like the curtains have fallen. Same goes for Hyderabad Hydras. And Myth Officials, they were also having the time of their lives. They were enjoying themselves pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. After taking down the entire team of Eternity, they went ahead, dealt with the players of team minus 40, then took down the entire squad of Hidden Ones also. So Myth Officials were also having a gala time in the map of Miramar. Team Just Jelly also tried to go a little aggressive, but it was ultimately Gujarat Tigers who took them down. When Esports, they also became the victim of the aggression which Gujarat Tigers was bringing in the game. Only 2 players against the entire squad. Even the players of Team BotArmyEsports also did fairly well in this particular one. The way they were trying to take down the players of Team Empire. Yes, BotArmyEsports were rewarded with good placement points, but since Empire had more room to work around, more real estate, that's the reason they were able to take down the players of Team BotArmyEsports easily.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, BotArmyEsports, to be honest, I don't know, man. They've been so erratic. There are situations where you're in awe that, oh my god, BotArmyEsports, one of the most aggressive team. And then there are moments you are like, all right, how did they throw this one off? But still, nonetheless, quite a decent game even for them. Especially dealing with the players of Myth. Despite being on the lower grounds, charging on them, they showed a lot of courage, and brownie points for that. And I hope they've amassed enough points to qualify for the next stage. But still coming back to the good old conversation, the storyline building up, Eternity, Hyderabad, the Hydras, and even for Diesel, I'm starting to feel a little bit worried, especially with Group C still having 2 more games to go after this. Who knows? Maybe some team makes a comeback. We did witness Team Empire pulling off a second position with decent amount of finishes. So that sort of concerns me, considering that Diesel, they've got no more matches remaining, and especially their approach in Miramar this time, the same old. We're not getting to see anything new from their side. They drop down at Campo Militar. What they do is just wait for all the teams to close in, and the moment they decide to enter inside the circle, they are getting surrounded, they're getting clapped. There's no entry for them, and this has been looking so bad, especially for Diesel, and feels like a little bit more innovation is needed from their side, because we are firm believers in Gokul, and of course he's gone with a new lineup, but the players that he's playing with, they're not newbies, right? They've been in the scene for quite some time. We've seen Orlo being a part of Autobots. He's been there in the grind. He's been there, and them having a chance to prove themselves one more feels they're starting to fall.
Definitely. Well, let's hope they qualify for the next stage. But yes, the big question mark is going to be there. But speaking of the MVP, it is going to be Gods from the side of Gujarat Tigers. In the last game, definitely Gujarat Tigers played it perfectly. The best companion is going to be from the side of Myth Aiden with 3 rescues. Zverev being the finisher, as he was the one who landed the final blow onto the plus of Team Empire. So yeah, Gujarat Tigers played their last match perfectly, but like you said, Hyderabad Hydras, yes, they have one good game in their pocket, but the main question still remains, is it enough to qualify for the next stage? Because Hyderabad Hydras left things for the 11th hour, and we know staging a comeback on day number 3 is never an easy job, but the question mark still remains till the last game. Because if you notice, minus 40, this time they have got good placement points. They survived till the very end. When all the teams were fighting, minus 40 was just busy, not busy, I'll say, was focused entirely on just the survival and getting the placement points. So if they go for the same approach in the upcoming games, maybe minus 40 can be in top 16.
Yeah, they can be, and they do have good chances, especially considering they've been having their good games and the bad games, and that has always been their go-to approach, right? They've been trying to avoid fights, get good position points, and this is again one of those go-to games from a minus 50, even if being denied the chicken dinner. Couple of position points here and there, and that should suffice for them. But, at this point, we've been talking about the teams in the race. We also need to bring the point of the cutoff. I feel like the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 50 to 55. And considering the fact that maybe Diesel have edged past 60 already, they might barely qualify. But I think they have to realize a lot of work needs to be done. And if they make it to the next week, I hope they come better prepared. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be tuning for a short break. We'll be back after this.
हाँ तो गाने के बोले तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं?
नहीं।
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा। FPP। TPP। FPP। काम कर टीपीपी पे जा
कौन लुंड्री लुंड्री नाजर विनर विनर चिकन डिनर
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है
It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the river. The problem will solve them. They can do together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, no, absolutely not. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, I don't think so. They've earned enough points. They're pretty much out of this entire thing. I don't think so. They have gotten even anywhere closer to being in the top 16. They were still quite far away. And speaking of Diesel Esports, I'm not exactly sure, honestly, because Diesel Esports, they were super close to being that top 16. Maybe they can be in the top 16, but in the upcoming games, there's a big chance they can be easily kicked out, or maybe they will be kicked out, because Diesel Esports' performance too completely down the drain. You speak of Team Empire, yes, valiant effort in the final few moments, but even Team Empire, the amount of points they secured, it's not going to be enough to put them in the top 16. So a lot of the teams were eliminated from the Group B itself.
They were
So Team Empire, maybe, yeah, I guess they do have a few games left. You're correct, yeah. So Team Empire having a few games left in their hands, so maybe they can't still make things happen. But speaking of Group B, man, I really do feel bad for them, considering a lot of the teams are just not going to be seen anymore. So it is definitely going to be a big blow for them, but let's just hope that maybe in the future tournaments, all the eliminated teams can have a better slot for themselves in the future. But for now, in this Snapdragon Pro Series, their journey ends. But as we move on with the conversation, and as we know what other teams are going to be, they're still in contention, as we do have the match rankings of the previous game itself. Team Empire getting 12 points and GT getting 26 points in total. Man, solid performances on the board from these guys.
Oh, of course, Gujarat Tigers. They were just fighting for the finish points. They were just fighting for the top spot in the leaderboard. Anyhow, they are qualifying. Myth Esports also going very aggressive. Total 10 elimination points to them. Total 11 points sitting on the third spot. Team Bunny Esports also did fairly good in this particular Miramar, but Team Jelly, they were taken out pretty early in the game. Then we have the plus of Team Blasty, whose misery is still continuing. But the main concern is for the plus of Team Eternity, as they were taken out very early in the game. And with 0 points to their name, I don't know, man, if they can qualify, because the entire day number 3, this was the same story for Eternity. Not even one good game in their favor.
That's the real question, right? What exactly happened to Eternity? Why did we see this downfall from Eternity? On day 1 of the Open Finals, Eternity was playing super well, super consistent in every single game that they played. On day 2, a little bit of a shaky performance. And on day 3, Eternity is nowhere to be seen. And because of that reason, Eternity can be kicked out of the top 16 in the upcoming games. A while ago, when we saw the overall standings, Eternity was still there in the top 16, but on 14th spot. But after this game, there's a big chance they can be kicked out of the top 16. We just need to have a look at the overall standings for a better view and a better understanding of how the top 16 looks like. Before now, let's move on towards the schedule and find out what's going to be the upcoming game, considering their fate relies on this game. And now we're going to have Erangel booting up soon. Group A and C will be the one to duke it out. As I mentioned, Group B's games are done and dusted for the day.
Oh yes, and it's only Group A and C remaining with 2 games. One is going to be Erangel and the last one is going to be Miramar, where few of them will try to qualify, being a few names like Team Blasty, because even they are struggling. Then we have the plus of Team Asla Esports, even though I think the downfall of Asla, is it correct to say downfall? Because they haven't performed at all. Not even one single good game from the side of Team Asla Esports in the entire course of 3 days. So these are groups which will be playing Group A and C. Blasty, Team Empire, -40. I think Team Empire and -40, they have got a high chance to qualify if they play really good in the last 2 games.
Team Empire's had a really good start, especially from that previous game. Empire getting that second slot in the previous game means also that Empire might just have that fire ignited in them to establish that comeback in the overall standings. And with that previous performance, they're also going to put themselves super close to that top 16, so Empire's not that far back. They just need a few more consistent performance like those, and they can easily establish that comeback and put themselves in the top 16. And we might just see them move on forward in the season. But as we move on to a few more teams that still do stand a chance, M40 is one of those. M40, in my opinion, is quite a solid competitor, but still for some reason M40 is not able to find that groove that they're supposed to.
I think -40, they're going for a very slow approach, because this time also they were focused only on getting the placement points, because they didn't have the numbers in their favor. Initially at the start of the game, Myth Esports, they came in front of them, and -40, they had to face a casualty. So this Erangel could be the game where -40 will be looking for some sort of redemption and a good performance from their side. If not the case, I think -40 will stay in the bottom 8, and that is not where they want to stay at this point. But for now, we have the flight path up on our screens, as it is going all the way from the side of shooting range towards military base. The flight path is tilted heavily towards the western side. That means going to the city of Yasa, Mansion, Prison, Wilta Power is going to be a little bit of the struggle. But for now, Genesis, they are going towards the side of Siverny, and they have the entire city to their name. Don't drop clash whatsoever. Team FS going towards the side of Georgopol. That is where they like dropping in. And Asla, they like dropping in towards the side of Yasnia. This time, no drop clash whatsoever.
Hands down. I mean, looking at the plain flat path, one thing is clearly suggested, and that is a few teams, they might just have a drop clash. Especially, we did see Team Jelly take an exit on the same side. Even FNT took an exit on the same pathway. And we also have one more team right next to him, which is going to be 7 Habits. So let's just see if this drop collision or if this drop clash is going to come into play or not, because even 7 Habit is one of those teams that does stand a solid chance to move on forward and qualify. But who is 7 Habit going to kick out of the top 16? That's my real question. You've also got SBA moving towards Nova Noise, so that's not going to be any issues. Even Devotee and BotArmyEsports moving towards the Snooka military base, so even that's looking pretty good.
Oh yes, it is looking good, but like you said, 7 Habit, the pressure is definitely on them. The way 7 Habit performed yesterday in their last Erangel, for a second I thought 7 Habit is again back in the form. We'll get to witness the same 7 Habit which we saw in the official tournament, but seems like that's not the case. The downfall is still there for the players of 7 Habit, and look at the players of Asla Esports, the way they are going for the rotation. They might clash with the players of Team Genesis, but for now we have a drop clash for the players of Team F1. And mind you, Neeraj, this game is important for the players of Team F1 as well, and Hidden Ones, both in the city of Primorsk. A lot of RNG factor is also going to come into the picture, but seems like Genesis, like I said, they have already found a knock onto the players of Team Asla, but Zyra is going to find a trade and a confirmation onto Sketch.
Hidden Ones on the screen, and even they've got their own troubles to deal with. This time around, F1 right next to him. F1 is like one of those annoying teams that is not really able to pull off those performances, but still can be a big threat. Considering F1, they don't back away from the fights, and they can also spoil a few games for a few teams. Hidden Ones right now, they can definitely start to feel that fear. Hidden Ones do stand a chance to qualify as well. They just need one big game in their hand as well to easily move on forward. 3 to 4 teams in contention, which can easily move on to the top 16, which means the teams in the top 16 can also be kicked out. There's a thin line between them, and a big sword's hanging on the necks, especially for the teams that are currently placed from 12th till 16th. F1 currently just trying to get their hands on the basic loot and then maybe focus on the fight in the future. While GENxFM, or Genesis, looking to take a fight against the players of 7 Habit. One man's all by himself, separated out, clutch, separated from the pack. And Genesis do want to take the advantage of that fact. Maybe push up close and personal, get a few bullets landed. But 7 Habit's not going to let that happen. 7 Habit, they've got their own merry way.
7 Habits, I'm not sure if they can qualify, because last I saw, they were not in the top 16. Yes, Genesis, they are trying to go a little closer to the players of Team 7 Habits, and where Team Asla is also there. Asla's misery has been continuing. Fragger and Hero trying to go for the loot on smaller compounds. Maybe that could be the approach. But for now, speaking of the other teams, kind of a stalemate situation in Primorsk also, between Hidden Ones and F1 Esports. Then we have few teams dropping it towards the side of... Wait a second. Hidden Ones. There is someone there in the compound. Okay, they'll take a rain check. Legit Esports, the solo player in that compound, was not spotted by the players of Hidden Ones at all. So that's going to be a blessing in disguise for him at this point. Hidden Ones still trying to go a little north. But if they take the entire Western Highway, I think they're going to face the players of Legit Esports, because if you notice, Proton has already spotted down Hidden Ones, and seems like Legit is just prepared for the fight. Even this is one of those teams that never shy away from the fight. And the thing you mentioned is Legit always takes a 4v4 fight in a tandem. Like all the 4 players play like a unit. They are not segregated in a fight ever.
Hidden Ones moving towards the spot where Team Legit's on the way. And Legit, a lot of the shots taken against him. Damage inflicted too, but no knockout secured just yet. Hidden Ones are definitely going to be unhappy with the fact that they did not even get a single knockout. In my opinion, at least one player should have been knocked out of that vehicle, considering 3 players of Hidden Ones were taking shots against him. Maybe they've got some sort of a different game plan now. And I did hear an SKS2. It's a DMR we haven't really seen in use for ages. Someone's finally wielding it. But moving the conversation towards Legit, me and Fixes were having a talk about this team as well. And this team's pro and con is that they like to play to each other. Every single time you will see Team Legit just sticking to each other. They don't even like to move away. And sometimes that can also act as a pro, and sometimes that can also act as a con, considering it can also limit the information. But hold on to that thought. Curse was able to eliminate Daniel, and that's going to be a big elimination too, considering Hidden Ones, they were on the back of that player for such a long time. But Curse eventually gets traded out too. Executor's going to be the man to execute him. He was the only player separated out from the pack of Legit. And now Legit, here comes the cavalry. They do want to punish the players of Hidden Ones, but Hidden Ones, they already do find themselves an exit pathway.
Oh yes, they are going to scuttle back to the safety and make an escape from this situation. But something attracted my eyes in the finish feed. I saw the name of the players of SBA popping up. And SB is also one of those teams who are fighting for the qualification for the challenge season. And since they are having a drop clash with the players of team RedxRoss, so this is concerning. If SB also gets eliminated, maybe they'll lose their chance to qualify. So they need to pick the battles very carefully. But for now, like you said, Hidden Ones, they are making a different route inside the circle, taking the Western Highway, maybe head over to the city of Georgopol. But in Novorupnoi, we have kind of a stalemate situation between SB and RedxRoss. SB is holding on to the warehouse along with Ortho. A little spread out approach from the side of SB. Let's see if Cheyenne can find a knock. But as the blue is also closing in, yes, it's not concerning since it's only a stage 1 circle, but the chip damage is definitely not going to help your case. They've already
RedxRoss
lost.
On the opposite side of SBA. And both the teams quite desperate. SBA miscalculating the scenario. RedxRoss already taken an exit from that entire vicinity. And SBA somewhere down line, they know exactly what happened. SBA themselves, they need to leave this area. Evacuate it. Focus on placement. That's going to give them better standing in the upcoming moments too. Snowjawed was there all the way in the back lines as well, wanting to pressure the players, but knowing that the opponents have easily escaped and evacuated that area, now staying there does not make any sense. If SBA wants, they can definitely go for the bridge camp, but it'll be a stubborn move. It's better to just focus on the zone, play for a better spot, and hope for the best.
Agreed, 100%, because these two games are important for the players of SBA. Last I saw, they were not in the top 16. So definitely, they should prioritize the circle. They need to have a good compound to their name. But for now, if you notice at the center of the circle, we have few teams. Like we have the players of Team Medal, then we have the players of Team GENxFM, Team Blasty is also there, Team Jelly is also there. And these are all the teams which never shy away from the fight. In all this commotion, there are two teams for whom this game is important. They both are holding the Ghatka compounds, -40 and Team Empire, and I love the circle. It's a complete northern circle which can go either ways towards Shooting Range or maybe towards the Georgopol. If you notice, the big Georgopol mountain has been occupied by the players of Team Future Stars. Even Future Stars are also one of those teams who are trying for the qualification. But holding on to the Georgopol mountain means you need to force the fight. You need to be very aware of your surroundings. Maybe they can be rewarded with good elimination points, but getting a chicken dinner from that hill is going to be a bit tricky for Future Stars.
F&T Blasty. Even he was able to find Cyrax from Metal Esports. Even Team Blasty is starting to make some waves in the game. GENxFM, they've got their own problems to deal with. And for now, Asla Esports, they do wipe out one man of Genesis. There's still Shiro in the front lines. Do they want to take the fight? We had a conversation about Asla knowing that they weren't even active throughout this entire tournament. Especially in the open finals, Asla nowhere to be seen. But in the open qualifiers, Asla was dominating. We're not exactly able to see that transition to the open finals, but hopefully maybe this can be the game where things can be flipped apart. Zyro shutting down the man up close, Shiro taking down his wall, and the final man who tried to make the run for it. Even Grind gets caught. Beautiful stuff from Asla. 4 elimination points to kick things off with.
Oh yes, definitely a very good start for the players of Team Asla Esports, but they need more than 4 points if they want to qualify because they were right at the bottom of the leaderboard, but definitely a good start. The previous game didn't go entirely in the favor of the players of Team Asla, but this time they are looking for redemption. They have the entire northern island under their control. They can go for any good compound, any prime spot to hold on to at this point. But for now, there are two teams who are in the close proximity towards the side of Georgopol City. They're going to be the players of Team -40 and Hidden Ones. Future Stars holding on to the Georgopol mountain. Seems like the players of Team F1 Esports also wants to grab that big mountain. Gian is aware that someone is there trying to find something with a grenade, but Perfect connection right on the face of Rockley, takes him down. This is a great opening for the players of Team FN to close in the distance and look for the confirmation point onto Rockley and maybe find some more knock as Gian is going for the lower ridge flank angle. Maybe Kira could be the first person of contact, but the retaliation grenades which are coming from the side of FS is not helping the case of F1 at all.
A disgusting nade onto Rockley to find the opener. But what did I just see? Kira tossed a nade onto Gian. A little bit of a problem erupting in the hands of F1. Trades happening back and forth as even Gara gets confirmed. Vampy as well is chipped up pretty low. A team that started things off with the advantage now. They do not have the advantage anymore. Gara is there up close and personal. Can Gara make anything happen? Gara has to be the main playmaker. He's the man up close. If his shotgun clicks and finds the connections, everything can once again be flipped apart in his team's favor. Kira's footsteps are being heard. Gara does want to take the measures, but still the opponents are pretty far away. A few smokes are separating Gara and the opponents. Sensei Boy, a little bit position in the back. A beautiful stun grenade. That's going to catch Sensei a bit off guard, but no actions taken other than that. Utilities are constantly being tossed. Sensei, they want to force the player out of his spot, but still FS. They're quite pinned. They're quite adamant in the fact that they don't want to move from this spot at all. Sensei was still trapped. Somehow he finds an escape path. He moves back to safety. Future Star, now they seem like they've got the upper hand inside of the entire duel. But Gara still up close and personal. He's just playing around that same vicinity. Gets his hands on a few more utilities. He's got a few more smoke grenades in his hands. He's got 8 smokes so far. These medium amount of smokes can actually create a smoke trail to the opponent's side. But Gara is still playing it too passive in my opinion. He should stand up and try and help his teammate who's creating a flank angle from the left. Bridger, he's already pushed up so deep. His position's also known. Future Star, they can easily take down Bridger if they want, but Gara needs to back Bridger up. Utilities are being tossed onto Bridger, and Bridger just can't do anything because he's got no line of sight on the foes.
A perfect nade coming from the side of Sense Boy takes Bridger down. The entire plan of F1 is crumbling at this point. Gara on the front line needs to deal with Sense Boy or Kira at this point and go for the rescue mission. Rescue mission is not going to be easy. Revival on Bridger is going to be so difficult for the players of Team F1. Future Stars, this is the moment when they can try closing in. Gara still fighting with the tooth and nail to keep the enemy at bay as Kira still holding on to that cover angle. So close to Gara at this point. A single grenade is enough, but unfortunately Kira has got no util at this point. No grenade, no molotov to lob towards the side of Gara. Sense Boy also trying to do something along with his teammate. Maybe we'll go for an aggressive rush towards the side of Gara as Vampy is trying to provide all the backline support needed. And Gara might be going for the rescue mission onto Bridger at this point. This is the moment when FS needs to strike, and they are striking very hard. As with the S12K, Kira takes the player down. The last player also being dealt with, and Future Stars getting 4 finish points and the entire control of the Georgopol Mountain.
Gara is to blame for Bridger's knock. Gara as a teammate did not really fulfill his duties in my opinion, but Team Blasty, they're definitely doing quite a fantastic job in fulfilling their own duties. Team Empire, they came forward with a clash towards this compound, and now situation's taken down to a 2-on-2 in this compound itself. Predator and his teammate Ace in the back lines. Team Empire, they need these points. Started things off with quite a dominant note considering they finished things off in the second spot, but Team Empire now, they need every single piece of point that they can try to accumulate. And Team Empire, this nade from Ace, if it does catch any sort of player from Team Blasty, that's going to be the exact point they were looking for. And now it's time to pressure that point. Ace wants to push up, and that's what he's exactly wanting to do as well as Slay's being knocked out. Blasty being the last player standing for FNT. A few more utilities tossed inside of the house, and Slay is now slowly and steadily burning to his death. But still Blasty goes for the revival. Slay can be brought back on his feet with ease. As long as Blasty's going to stick this through, Blasty now sees both the opponents approaching, and Ace is going to put that final nail in the coffin. And just like that, Team Blasty, they've been eliminated from this game, and 4 points accumulated from Team Empire. They just need a few more to consistently have that average in their hands.
Oh yes, definitely. Team Empire is on the right track. 4 finishes and few more, and maybe they'll qualify. But for now, we have a team who is already qualified. GENxFM and Team Just Jelly trying to lock horns with each other as the players of GENxFM are holding on to the compound towards the side of ruins. And Sam is slowly crawling his way, trying to spot the players of GENxFM, just in case if anyone comes out in the open. But I think Ninja is trying to distract the players and grab their attention towards his side so that his teammates can close in the distance. Maybe can be in the range where they can lob few grenades and find some sort of opening. But for now, they're just holding on to the grounds and just waiting for the players of GENxFM to come out in the open. And as we speak, the circle is a hybrid circle. It can go either ways towards the North Georgiapol or maybe towards the Georgiapol city. If it goes a little north, I think the players of 7 Habit are going to be pretty happy as they are taking the rotation from the complete northern side. But in ruins is where things are looking very interesting. Along with Just Jelly and GENxFM, BotArmyEsports and Legit Esports, they're also taking a parallel rotation. There's a possibility of a fight happening at that area.
Definitely. Look at down south. Team Legit, Team Just Jelly right next to each other. GENxFM is well in the mix. A lot of the teams way too much in the close proximity. Team Legit can definitely be caught as well with that rotation. They're looking for a pull-off. Spursh gets caught. A few bullets will be peppered upon him, but I'm sure Kilamau is not going to be able to find the knockout that he wants. It is way too tough to pull a knockout like that. Just Jelly stuck out in the open. He needs some help from his teammates. And even GENxFM stuck in that compound. They can't even take an exit because Just Jelly's not even going for a single peek. Just waiting for the opponents to make any sort of mistake now. The next zone's going to pop up as well soon on the screen. And the next zone's going to reveal its intentions. It pops right on top of Georgiapol. It's going to catch every single team off guard. But SBA, they've got the prime spot to play with. If they know exactly how to hold containers, they can definitely rack up a lot of elimination points. A lot of eliminations can be funneled in. GENxFM still put in that compound. They haven't left that compound yet. All the way back in the blue. Even Just Jelly's taking a lot of that damage. I'm not exactly sure what's going on in that vicinity, but someone needs to take an exit. Someone needs to be the mature one and focus for the game. Just Jelly do not care. They're here to spoil the game with GENxFM.
I think it's the same situation which we witnessed between Gujarat Tigers and Wingod Esports yesterday. They both were stubborn on taking that fight since both these teams have already qualified, but looks like GENxFM had decided to prioritize the rotation as Zinze was trying to blow up the vehicle. But finally he has made a safe escape. Or should I say trying to make a safe escape, as Q Lamau is also trying to blow up the vehicle. But for now he's safe and will be prioritizing the circle. And so will the players of Team Just Jelly. Like you said, SBA, they are on the Georgiapol containers, but defending those containers is never an easy job. It's going to be an uphill task for the players of Team SBA. But hidden ones, look at the HP of Executor and Mortis. Executor down to a sliver of HP. Mortis also down to 10 HP. And such a close proximity to the players of Team Future Stars. But GENxFM and Just Jelly seems like they are still locking horns with each other as Matrix is down to a very low HP. Ninja looking for a knock, looking for a confirmation onto the players of GENxFM. They are very stubborn on taking that fight, and Jelly finally finds a knock onto Matrix, leaving only one player remaining. That is going to be Evil. And finally he also gets dealt with by an S12K of Jelly. GENxFM lost 2 of the players and Just Jelly 2 more points to their name.
Maverick falls down, and even his teammate gets wrapped up. Only one man from GENxFM was able to make that escape. But even is he going to be safe? That's my question. And the chances of that happening, they do seem pretty slim. Vishu's still on the run towards the safety lines. Hidden One's on the screen, and Hidden One surrounded by so many teams. From the back, it's going to be the players of BotArmyEsports. From the front, you've got FS, Future Stars, and even F40 towards the apartments area. Everyone just waiting for the upcoming stage to pop up as well, because the circle's still too massive. It's tough to tell if it's going to move towards the city area or if it's going to move towards the chargeable containers. But if it does move towards chargeable containers, it's going to be the best possible scenario for all the teams that are struggling, because everyone on the struggling side of the overall standing is towards the containers. SBA, Team Empire, 7 Habit, Team Legit. All these teams still looking to make a spot for themselves in the top 16. But Legit Spursh is able to find the first knockout against 7 Habits. Team Just Jelly as well. They move pretty up close and personal against Team Legit, as Spursh was not able to find the knockout onto Kilo Mao. But Kilo Mao is still chipped up pretty low. Spursh looking to make the push up close and personal against Kyo. And Kyo realizes the same exact thing too. This nade, it might just find the knockout. It might just find the ray of hope that Spursh is looking for. But Ninze, he's an alligator moving from the waters. He's waiting for the right instance to strike. As soon as Ninze finds a piece of land inside of the circle, Ninze's going to go for the strike against Spursh. And Spursh needs to be wary of the fact that his backline's not clear. But Spursh has got no clue.
Oh, definitely. Kyolamau, all he's trying to do is just buy some more time, as Ninze, he patches himself and then deals with Spursh, and finally Ninze will be striking, but Kyolamau goes up personal and Spursh takes him down, gets a confirmation point. Kyolamau makes a mistake of his life. Ninze, now he has to make it to the land. Spursh, he's not even aware. Spursh, watch your 6. Watch your 6. There is a player out there looking for revenge, looking for redemption. But Ninze, he needs to patch himself up. Finally, he'll be ready to strike. Spursh has spotted but has no idea.
Don't Spursh. Oh, he still whips the shot, and Ninze with just 1 HP gets rid of the opponent. What a fight that was. Ninze could have had the upper hand in that fight. Ninze could have saved his teammate too, only if he would have sat in that boat and went for the shot and provide some cover fire, but he didn't do so. Things could have been played differently, but considering Just Jelly, they've already qualified, so I'm not really going to doubt a lot on them. SBA in quite a brutal spot, to be honest. Soon enough, the backlines are going to be filled up with a lot of foes, and how do you exactly move out of that spot? The future lines, the future terrain seems pretty tough. SBA, too many foes around them. As 7 Habits clutch gets caught by Goku. Goku's single-handedly putting in a lot of work. Even Ace falls down from Team Empire. 2 different fights taken by the players of 7 Habit, and 7 Habit soon can crack into that pressure. 7 Habit, they need to choose their opponents wisely.
Ninze is also looking to strike, as the players of Team Empire are making a hasty push, a hasty way inside the circle. Predator with a vehicle trying to move inside the circle, but he doesn't know the players of 7 Habit are waiting. Even Ninze from the backlines is ready to strike and take him out of the lobby. But Ninze, he needs to patch himself up. 7 Habit, Kalu with a confirmation coming in with a grenade. But SBA, Cheyenne holding on to that uphill area. 7 Habit, all they need to do is lob those perfect grenades if they want to take down the players of Team SBA. But the circle has taken a very difficult shift for the players of SBA, as it has gone towards the Georgiapol city. But Cheyenne finds knock onto Kalu, leaving the last player of 7 Habit all by himself. And Cheyenne with a grenade is looking for that confirmation onto him as well. 7 Habits are definitely crumbling under pressure. But SBA, they're having a time of their life. But Ninze strikes from backlines right at the moment. Takes on not just 1 but 2 plus from the side of SBA.
Ninze, one single man, almost on the verge of wiping out the entirety of SBA, but SBA still somehow holds on. The day will be saved by Cheyenne, but can the fallen players be back on their feet? That's my question, and maybe they will be back on their feet. Goku, the revival will be there. Still 1 more man's all the way in the backline, still knocked out. Cheyenne's got a lot of heavy lifting to do in the future as well, but the BGMI gods playing quite a cruel game. They do not want to make the qualification easy for the teams on the struggling side. 7 Habits is still alive and cooking in the game, but how can 7 Habit make it up that ridge? That's the real question. The shorelines, they will be tough to climb. 7 Habit, they're going to need some hardcore parkour. If they are not going to be able to execute that, it will be tough. Looking at the circle too, favoring the players of M40 majoritarily. And especially Nishu all by himself in the enemy turf. It just makes me concerned even more. Nishu does back away to safety towards his teammates, so that's a great thing. Nishu now, once again, it seems like he's in quite a good position against the foes. But looking at BotArmyEsports, it's one of those teams that's not going to back away from any sort of slaughterhouse. They're going to try to be a part of it as well. They're going to try to get as many eliminations as possible. Future Stars, even they start to move towards the compounds where the foes are. And Future Stars as well, they do realize one thing. Right now, it's either go big or go home.
Future Stars, they have perfectly defended the compound as SBA was trying to breach in. Still surviving, still fighting with tooth and nail. Hidden Ones, they also need to go for the revival onto the fallen comrade that is going to be executed. Look at BotArmyEsports, they're inching closer to the plus of -40, unaware that there is a foe present right behind them. That is going to be Vishu of GENxFM, who is still hiding, but Vodka from the backlines gets a knock onto Devotee. Might be looking for the confirmation as the grenades are being flung over by Spider and his teammate, but Vodka has also spotted down Henry. Vishu in all this commotion is still being so very silent. I don't understand why GENxFM, they have already qualified. Vishu can already strike and ruin the game for either of these teams, but he has opted to stay silent. Let's see what course of action this fight is going to take, as Devotee has already been revived and Spider is trying to go up personal. With the plus of BotArmyEsports, Hidden Ones on the other side are also closing in towards the side of Future Stars as they are outnumbered. Future Stars, they need to defend the compound once again against Hidden Ones.
Hidden Ones, they've already made the pounce, searching for the foes. Future Star playing it as passive as possible, but from the back as well, a man alive from GENxFM strikes. His utilities, they do find the connection that was needed, and Vishu gets the knock on Devotee. Just a few steps away from Devotee getting knocked out and finished from the game. Does Vishu have one more nade? That's my question. If he does have one more nade in his hands, he can find a two-piece instantly and get a few more scrappy points before he gets eliminated from the game to his teammates. Future Stars getting spotted by the players of BotArmyEsports, and BotArmyEsports, they want to be a part of this entire fight as well. They want to third-party this and maybe rack a few eliminations before they get eliminated themselves. BotArmyEsports just wanting a little bit of the piece of the pie, while Alien is looking to put the nail in the coffin for Future Star. Sensepoint's going to be the last man standing. Prone in the smoke, he gets spotted too as an aid was tossed from Mortis, and that's going to find the final connection. As we move on towards the fight between M40 and BotArmyEsports. BotArmyEsports, they seem a bit more confident with this approach. M40 still on the bottom half of the board. M40 knows the value of qualification. They want to move on forward. M40 wants to survive for as long as possible and secure as many points as possible. But BotArmyEsports, they might just make it super tough, and M40 can be countered hard.
But what just happened, Neeraj? Henry knocked out in his own Molotov at this point. When the entire team was rushing onto the compounds of -40, Henry has been knocked out in his own Molotov. But a nade Joker survived by luck on 10 HP. Hidden Ones, they're also making a rush onto the compounds of -40, and they're pretty much stuck between the two teams. One side, it's Executor. The other side, it is the players of Team BotArmyEsports. Hidden Ones, one player Mortis also going for the heal battle as Alien has been eliminated by the play zone. Devotee from the rooftop getting a lot of information. The Molotov not perfectly onto Executor, and Devotee from the rooftop angle trying to take him out of the picture. But finally he's still surviving, but Mortis has been taken down by Devotee. This lad has been doing so much for the team.
I love this
still
position.
Surviving.
I love this position from Devotee. Playing up top of the roof, doing it perfectly, getting so much information for his team, and Executor had no other option than to push up close, and Executor is now way too low. One single bullet, and that's going to mark his day, as Scary is going to be the last man standing. Not exactly the last man standing for the players of BotArmyEsports, but he's definitely the only person in that vicinity, and M40 up top with two players surviving. In the house now, the players of BotArmyEsports, they look to breach in, but M40, they know the value. M40 wants to get this chicken dinner in their hands, but M40 somewhere down line, they know they might just not be able to put up with the firepower of BotArmyEsports. What can they do? They need to use their brains and play this defensive posture in much more of a better manner. Scary, if he wants, he can make the push-up close and personal, but Devotee's high ground can definitely play a big role.
Of course, Devotee's position is going to be so pivotal in this particular fight. 5 finishers already to the name of BotArmyEsports, -40. They need this chicken dinner if they want to qualify. A chicken dinner can definitely help them propel in the leaderboard. Scary Jord trying to find something, the constant barrage of the grenades, but no connection at all. The constant repositioning from the side of Spider is keeping the players of BotArmyEsports a little bit confused. But Devotee, along with his teammate Henry, DBS in his hand, the perfect weaponry to strike, to charge into the compounds of -40. But Spider, I don't think he has got any util at this point. Joker is just waiting with an S12K in his hand, just in case if the players of team BotArmyEsports strike in, he will try to take them down with the S12K. But kind of a stalemate situation. Everyone is just waiting for the blue to close in. But finally, the Bot Army, they have decided to charge in and take some Spider over there. Joker being the last man takes on Devotee, looking for the confirmation. But it is BotArmyEsports getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Exactly. BotArmyEsports. Solid stuff from them. I mean, somewhere down the line, we knew it is going to be BotArmyEsports to come through victorious, especially that position from Devotee. I love it. And that was the exact thought process going through my mind as well. I wanted BotArmyEsports to do the exact same thing that Devotee did. Go for the high ground. He instantly climbed on top of the roof, got the high ground for his teammates, wiped out the team, which was hidden once, and then focused on the players of M40. Perfectly played. Decision-making was on point from the side of BotArmyEsports, but M40 was playing it too passive. The only way M40 could have won that was by taking extra bit of risk because they wanted to equalize the man number. But instead, M40 played it too defensive and waited for the opponents to push up. And somewhere down the line, it felt like they got a little too complacent on that spot. And they decided to take a nap because no one was able to capitalize on the players of BotArmyEsports. And BotArmyEsports easily slipped past that entire area and got up close and personal and eliminated the players of M40.
I think the reason being M40 being the passive or the complacent one is because the pressure is mounting on their shoulders. They want to qualify. Also, they didn't have the numbers and the confidence. BotArmyEsports had to rush into the compound, go for the aggressive approaches because they already know that we have qualified for the challenge season. We can take that extra risk, which -40 didn't want to take at all. And that was the reason they couldn't get the winner chicken dinner. But all in all, I think -40 played decent, I'll say. Good placement points in their favor. The last game remaining, the question mark is still there. Has -40 earned enough points to qualify for the next stage? But Bot Army played perfectly. Like you said, Devotee, the position was so pivotal at that point because he was able to deal with the players of Hidden Ones, knew exactly what rotation is happening from Hidden Ones. At the same time, definitely took down the numbers of -40 as well.
Exactly. I mean, especially looking at some of the highlights in the game too. This is one of those fights that we genuinely thought that Future Star's going to lose, but then F1, they just dropped the ball because Bridger gets knocked out. And the only reason why Bridger got knocked out is because Gara did not back him up properly. He did not do his duty as a teammate. Instead, he just baited Bridger in that entire scenario and then went on forward to get the revival onto Bridger, which did not make sense at all, especially when you know you're getting approached and pushed by the opponents. That's one of those moments where you're not supposed to go for the revival, but he still went for the stick and he got taken down eventually. In the final few moments, as we know, the circle was in quite two sides. We did not exactly know if the circle was going to move on towards the containers or if it was going to go towards the Georgia Pool City. In the end, it shifted towards the Georgia Pool City. And I also mentioned this during the cast as well. All the teams that are struggling in the overall standings were towards the containers. 7 Habit, SBA, and a few more known names like Team Empire was also there. But everyone got screwed by the zone shift and everyone was taken down.
Oh, the zone has always been merciless for every single team, and I have to say to SBA as well, kudos to them the way they survived, tried to get those elimination points as well. They survived for a very long time. Ninja striked at the right moment, but despite that, SBA did fare off really well considering they had done good in the previous games as well. So maybe there is a slight possibility that SBA can qualify and they can be in the top 16. With one game remaining, I think SBA will be going for a super passive approach in the last Miramar. Could be possible, and could be possible for -40 as well, because -40 is one of those teams which is known for their late and very long rotation inside the circle, especially in the map of Miramar. Since day one, -40 has been known for that.
I mean, for -40, it just feels like they're really overcomplicating a lot of the stuff that they don't need to. Minus 40 is overthinking a lot of the scenarios, and that's why they're losing the confidence that they had in the first 2 days. Minus 40 was much more better. They were taking those firefights, and somehow they were coming out on top as well, but we're not seeing the same minus 40 anymore. It feels like the old minus 40 is now taking a backseat, and this new overthinking minus 40 is a complete new phase of minus 40 that we've never seen in the past. And that's honestly sort of affecting the players because they're trying to implement the changes at the last moment, and these changes are just not working out in the playstyle.
That's just the pressure to qualify. If they qualify for the challenge season, maybe we'll see the aggressive minus 40 back again, because
if they do qualify for the challenge season, there's going to be even more experienced teams. So that means for minus 40, things are going to get even more tougher. So they need to understand this thing. If you're going to be nervous right now for qualification, it's just going to make things even more worse for you in the future. Just play like you have nothing to lose. Just play with a complete free mindset and play the way you used to play, man.
But that's the extra risk involved in that, and I don't think minus 40 would want to take that sort of a risk at this point. But looking at the MVP, it is going to be Cheyenne from the side of SBA. This guy definitely did a lot of work for the team in this particular Erangel. 5 finishes is definitely going to help the case of the entire team to propel themselves in the leaderboard. 71% finish contribution, 9% map impact. If the circle gone towards the containers, maybe SBA would have done much better than this. It was just the circle didn't favor them much. The rotations became a problem. More than the rotation, I think Ninja became a big problem for the plus of team SBA.
Hands down, Ninja, the only player surviving from Just Jelly, definitely did make things quite tougher for a lot of teams. Team Empire was one of those. Even 7 Habit was also one of those, considering they were backstabbed by the player. So yeah, Ninja was definitely playing the spoiler for a lot of these teams that were hoping to qualify from that previous game. But Kalu is also going to be the best companion from 7 Habit, considering he managed to rescue 3 of his own teammates, and he also got 2 assists. And Henry is going to be the best finisher, or he's going to be the finisher of that previous game with 2 finishes. And a lot of survival time, pretty much, because he was the one who got the chicken dinner for his teammates. So, yeah, BotArmyEsports, of course, somewhere down the line, I knew BotArmyEsports is going to be a formidable competitor. And, of course, they've already qualified, so it's not even a big sign of concern. Now, the real focus is going to be on the teams on the latter half of the board, just like Group B. We've still got so many teams with their heads on the swivel. 7 Habit is one of those. Team Empire is one of those. SBA2, maybe they can be one of those. If they're still there from 12th till 16th, then SBA still need another consistent game to keep themselves in that same spot. But yeah, the latter half of the board, one thing is for sure. Even they're definitely showcasing the signs of improvement.
Yeah, the signs of improvement are there, but they are towards the end stage. We are left with only one game. Team Empire is also one of those names which needs to step up big time. They need to replicate the same performance which they did in the previous Miramar, where they came so close to getting a chicken dinner. That's something Team Empire needs to do. SBA is also one of those names. All the teams who are in the bottom, they need to amp up their game, and maybe they'll go for a very late rotation, because in the previous game also they went for a late rotation. But looking at the match ranking, we have Watch Army right at the top with 17 points. Future Stars, they also fared off really well in this one with 10 points to their name. Hidden Ones with 9 points. SBA 9 points. These 9 points are definitely going to help the players' case of SBA. 7 Habit, 8 total points. Good finishes. Placement is something which concerns 7 Habit.
Hands down. I mean, looking at the entire match rankings, 10 points even from the side of Future Stars. Interesting. This also puts Future Star in the mix now. Even Future Star in the race. Hidden Ones, consistent performance, nothing taken away from that. I would love to see where Hidden Ones are positioned in the overall standings. SBA 2, a decent amount of number, as I mentioned. They're definitely maintaining that average, but they need the similar amount of points even in the upcoming games to sustain all the wrath from the teams on the latter half of the board. Team Empire just getting 5 points from that previous game is definitely a big sign of concern. Genesis getting 0 points. Genesis is constantly failing to perform, and that can also mean their elimination in this open finals.
Could be possible. Same goes for the plus of Team Asla, because this time they got only 4 points. So the chances of Asla qualifying for the challenge season are very slim. All they can do is Genesis, Team Asla, the teams which for sure are not qualifying, make an impact in the last game. Go very aggressive. Ruin the game of some other team. Try making such an impact that next time when you come into the SPS, you are a force to reckon with. This sort of performance from the side of Asla can definitely redeem themselves. So that should be the approach for the teams who for sure are not qualifying. But looking at the schedule, well, we are down to the last game of our open finals, which is going to be Miramar, where Group A and C will be playing.
Final game and a final chance for Group A and C, the teams on the latter half of the board, to make anything happen. If they do get a major game in their hands, they can easily qualify. If they fail once again, well, they will be out of the race. Team Hustler is also one of those that can still make a lot of the great stuff happen. Genesis, unfortunately, failing to perform. That also means they can't be eliminated too. 7 Habit really close to be there in the top 16. All that separates the players of 7 Habit is a good performance on this game of Miramar. SPA, they are doing pretty consistent. They need another good and consistent performance to keep themselves in the race as well.
Definitely, they need those points. SBA minus 40. This game is going to be of prime importance. Team Empire, 7 Habits also, and Future Stars. Since you said Future Stars are also in the race, but I think Future Stars might be towards the bottom as compared to SBA and minus 40, because day 2 and day 1 were, should I say, was extremely bad for Future Stars. I don't want to be harsh, but that's the truth. It was extremely bad for Future Stars, and staging a comeback on day number 3, expecting in 1 or 2 game you can be in the top 16 is, I think, too much to ask for.
Future Star was definitely unnoticed on day 1 and day 2, but on day 3, it does feel like Future Stars are slowly and steadily making some sort of a known for themselves. But let's just hope, maybe in this last game, something new can be seen. Someone new can be the one to come through victorious, because for now, the last game of the Miramar boots up on the screen as the plane fly path begins all the way from the bottom right side of the map towards the top left. And to take you through this game, it's going to be Fixes with me on the panel.
Oh my god, it is all out in the open, and surely hope can be sometimes a very cruel word, especially after you have somehow swung back to life, and in those final games, if you tend to crumble for all these teams, really hoping that the deserving ones make it through to the next stage. We've been talking about the flight path trajectory. Yes, it's a little bit inclined towards that eastern side. A lot of those teams dropping down at Chumacera, Valdemar. They might have to glide an extra few miles. But for now, eyes will be on those chosen few teams. Still fighting for contention, still fighting for survival in this tournament, Necro.
Exactly. And you're talking about Team Empire, Team Genesis, Usla, SBA, 7 Habit. The names can keep on going on, but a few teams, honestly, they're way too far away from contention, so it does make a lot of sense to sort of not focus on them, but still a few teams pretty close to that top 16 that can still stand a big chance to qualify. And then you talk about some of the known names that can definitely play a big spoiler inside of the game. Metal Esports, you've also got Just Jelly. Even RedxRoss can be the one to sort of play a bit of that hand. Anything can happen. This is the final game. I'm expecting quite an aggressive game, especially for the teams that have already qualified. And Metal Esports is legit. He's going for the shots on the teams that are gliding through. It's going to be tough to find any sort of connection, especially with that UMP-45.
Yeah, they'd have the MK12 initially. Thought he was going for a bird hunt. It seems like had he had an extra pair of scopes or anything to really work with, could have been an easy knock, knowing that Team Metal, they have been quite exceptional. However, Codex still taking a little bit of that damage over there, but look at them. Team Blasty, they've got to deal with another team. It is GENxFM right in front of them. And we've been over this. GENxFM having such a great time so far in this tournament, especially in the past 2 days. But today, they've been short qualification. Can we say the same for Team Blasty? The answer is going to be no. So it's going to be a dance with destiny for them as they keep on fighting. Fighting with the hope that they get to see the sunrise tomorrow.
And the chances of them seeing the sunrise are quite thin. And those chances can be stolen away by GENxFM if they do want. GENxFM is one of those teams that has got nothing to lose, so yeah, they can definitely make the pounce if they do want as soon as possible. And even if GENxFM does manage to take down 2 of the players, the game's done for Team Blasty. They can't do anything. Blasty, they've got their backs against the wall. Everything to lose, everything on the board. All the cards revealed as Metal Esports. They're moving towards their own designated spot, maybe towards Power Grid. And yes, that's where they're moving. No one's taken Power Grid so far. Towards San Martin, we've also got BotArmyEsports, the winners of the previous game. And moving back towards this entire vicinity once again, Team Blasty deciding to play the scenario pretty aggressive this time around. They want to take the fight against the players of GENxFM. While GENxFM left completely surprised the fact that a team that is struggling is now looking to take the fight against him. Team Blasty, they really do seem confident with this approach. And maybe Team Blasty themselves are playing with a mindset that they've got nothing to lose as well.
I think the idea over here is somehow overwhelm them with numbers. Of course, Team Blasty, they just want to go all out. They know maybe if they can get the better out of one of those players, but Evil just being so squeaky there, somehow managed to snuck out of there. He's taken over those rooftops, and now he's got a perfect position to re-engage if the situation demands. But for Team Blasty right now, it feels like they've been surrounded, Necro. Because at this point, of course, you've got control over the tallest building in Picado, but you've got no much. You do not have a lot of space to work things out, especially when you look at GENxFM. Got so much of that coverage. Are they going to slowly and surely choke you down to death? Seems like Team Blasty really need to find a way out from here.
Definitely does feel like Team Blasty can be suffocated. All the players in that same building, while GENxFM, they've got their wings spread. Somewhere down line, there's this itch. They do want to push up against the players. But how can they? Surrounding lines are going to be watched. As soon as they eject outside of that window, there's going to be a lot of bullets welcoming him. So they can't even move out. Shots taken from RedxRoss. Would transition towards another fight. Just Chili in a wall of trouble. Especially Ninze. He was the one taking a lot of shots upon himself. Ninze would want to back away from that spot, but RedxRoss Lucifer, he's got a lot on his mind. He does not want to back away. Instead, he wants to keep on pressing the charges. He wants to take it up close and personal. Got his hands on the QBZ as well. It does not feel like anytime soon Lucifer's got any sort of mindset to back away from this. He will take it against Ninze. But unfortunately, the cavalry for Lucifer, it does not seem like it's there. Maybe it finally arrives on top of that hill. They've got the high ground to play with as well. They do want to suffocate the players of Just Jelly. It's going to be tough to do so. Ninze sits inside of the vehicle, gets caught. Beautifully done. Patience on point. Lucifer, that reposition was something that Ninze never saw coming.
A rattlesnake in the desert. He strikes Lucifer. When Ninze was least expecting him over there. Surely should have been a little bit more careful. Did not really expect the opposition to press in like that while serve it. Slippery legs, falls down from the cliff, hence resulting in a knock. But here we are once again back to the standstill. As Team Blasty looking so desperate, finding some means of escape. Unknowingly, they found themselves in such a precarious spot over here as Hidden Ones. Another one of those teams still in contention and now being taken down by F1. This is where the alarm bells surely are starting to toll for them as well.
That's going to be a rough patch for Hidden Ones. Down a player. Recovery now seems next to impossible. Well, Vampy's there too. Constantly peeking around the corner. Finally, the players of Team Blasty decide to move away from this spot. But they completely forget the fact that there's someone on top of the building. What is Team Blasty doing? Surrounding Avernus not there. Completely forgot the fact that Evil is right around the corner. And he's there on top of the building too. Team Blasty, they've got a lot to work on. How can they forget the fact that there was someone on top of that building? And instantly that elimination 2 follows up. This was a big blunder from Team Blasty.
Yeah, no other way to put this, right? Of course, getting a little impatient there, just hoping that maybe Evil had gotten back towards his teammates, really miscalculated the situation, and seems like they're starting to dig their own graves. Because look at them. They've got even a worse compound to defend right now, with the players of GENxFM starting to surround them with no means of escape for Team Blasty over here. Blasty and Goku, 2 surviving members. How do they fix the situation? Surely they need somebody a saving grace, as a matter of fact. But who's it going to be?
They need to make a push. Straight up. That's the only thing that's going to save the day for Team Blasty. Utilize the smokes. Create a pathway. Push up against one of the players. Get your man number equalized. And then maybe something can happen. Maybe a hope can be reignited. Because in this choke, it does feel like slowly and steadily Blasty will crumble. The longer you wait, the more confident the opponents get. Next zone's going to pop up soon, and it does pop right towards the centric side. Still, Team Blasty and GENxFM are in there, so they can wait it out for days if they want.
Look at this. We've got 3 simultaneous fights going on. One around Toreamuda. It's going to be Hidden Ones taking on F1. Other just below the power grid, we had Medal and Legit. A little bit of a kerfuffle. The other player surely doing do follow up over there, but Codex, we talked about a superhero and seems like he could be the one. Had a little bit of a different angle, and seems like GENxFM, this time they took the bait. As a result, have been punished. Through, he's got a couple of smokes to work around with. He knows for a fact that Codex has to be kept at bay first before they make any movement. Still, a hasty revive could cost him a lot over there, as Team Blasty somehow still trying to, however, thread the needle and find some minute openings. Maybe one good grenade, and GENxFM, the tables might turn over there. But there you have it, Dhruv getting a beautiful knock onto its Codex, and seems like Team Blasty, they might just get done for. The other 2 players, the position well known, completely compromises Dhruv, inching in closer with the UMP on his hands, but now he's just got 23 bullets to work with. That is going to be a longing concern, at least for GENxFM, but that's all they need. Has got that DBS switched up, gets a beautiful knocker trade coming out, but Blasty, the last man alive, Madrek right in front of him, still lives on to fight another day, as now he's just got 1 player to deal with. It is going to be a 1v1 battle, and look at that. Evil comes in clutch for his team, 3 players down, but still, he gets to be the final man surviving, final man with the final laughter. That is some good stuff coming in from GENxFM, but for Team Blasty, seems like their days are finally numbered. They are over.
I'm not sure what Blasty was thinking there, but greed is something that lost him that game. He had a shotgun in his hands. He had the upper edge as well. He had the TPP angle to work with, but he still lost to an Uzi. With all the advantages stacked in his favor, he still somehow lost that duel. The only reason that happened is because Blasty focused to thirst the player who was knocked out. And that gave the upper edge to Evil. And Evil found that instant and instantly finished the last man of Team Blasty, which was Blasty himself. A big blunder from Team Blasty in the end of the day. The complete fight was a major blunder from Team Blasty. A lot of mistakes were made from them. But hold on to that fact. We move on towards 7 Habits. As 7 Habits, they're getting approached by the players of SBA. And both these teams are in contention for qualification. But SBA, they crumbled down, as 7 Habits going to be the one to come through victorious. What just happened in that fight? SBA, they were supposed to be a formidable competitor, but still somehow SBA, they choked this fight.
Necro, is it over for SBA Esports?
A big question. Maybe it's not.
I mean, it's so difficult to say at this point, considering we've seen so many of these teams staging that comeback. And now for SBA Esports, it is going to be such a huge bummer for them to end the season like that, crashing out from the open finals, as their fate hanging by a very thin margin over there. As now again, Medal Esports having quite some control over the central spot. You've got Legit and M40 right beside each other. You could see one of those players of M40 already knocked out. And Medal smelling blood over there. They want to go head on, charging into the battle, thrusting their spear there. As Legit and M40, both these teams still in contention. Spider out in the open. Kurscott does lob a grenade. Does it connect? Yes, it does. As now Nishu just behind that UAS, trying to survive, but no, the numbers, of course, overwhelming him. As Legit, they make good work out of the players of -40, but they still have another threat to deal with in the form of Medal. As Cyro goes falling down, it is going to be Choco from elsewhere, from a different planet, gets a knock, and Legit, they're actually pulling it off.
Yeah, legit looking pretty strong in this fight. They're also taking care of the third party that approached in the name of Team Metal Esports. And what a shot that was from Kurskod. Beautiful tracing coming through. Takes down Sarvit 2 up close and personal in that vehicle. Solid stuff. We talked about the presence of mind lacking from the side of Legit, but this time around, they knew exactly what was happening around them. Perfectly done, taking care of the players of Metal Esports too. Everything was played flawlessly. Proton in the back lines, looking forward to create a flank angle. Maybe he can catch Prince off guard. Does Prince have any clue that there's a man in the back lines too? In the name of Proton, and yes he does. Nate being tossed in that direction, and this time, Prince is going to be the one to find Proton as well. Perfectly done with a DMR in his hands. He's spamming through. And he's also got his 12K as a secondary weapon as he catches Kurskod too. Legit is now starting to throw the scenario. Experience is something that will always prevail in Legit. Especially when they had everything working for them. They're now cracking out of the pressure. And this DMR from Prince up close and personal is starting to make a lot of work happen. But Sparsh eventually catches Prince. And that's going to be the nail in the coffin that they needed. Spurs will also get that instant thirst. Metal Esports on the verge of being eliminated from the game. They've only got one last man standing.
It's a comedy of errors that we just witnessed, but hold on. GENxFM, they still want more. This time, the targets could be the players of Hustlers, one after the other. They keep on annihilating them. Exist being taken down, courtesy to Madrick. Daddy already on his knees. Down to the final player of Hustler. It's going to be Zyro against the world, but that's all she wrote. As Hustler Esports, they have also taken an exit, and that could possibly be the last time we get to see more of Hustler inside of this tournament. What a debacle. It seems like thunder has struck the desert of Miramar and so many of those teams crumbling down. And GENxFM, they're just enjoying themselves. But hold on, Necro. Seems like they're not out of the woods yet. The next boss would be in the form of Genesis.
Genesis 2 up for contention. They need this game. Genesis needs to make sure, no matter what sort of fight they're taking, it has to be in their advantage. One single mistake, and maybe Genesis can be kicked out as well. Just like the players of Usla. And let's talk about Usla here a bit. Team Usla, when we stepped inside of the tournament, when we saw this team, somewhere down the line, we all thought that Usla can be a really strong competitor. But then they choked everything. Day 1, day 2, day 3. The same thing happened. But hold on to that thought. Legit just wiped out the entirety of Team Legit. One single man from Metal Esports took care of all the players of Team Legit.
What an irony.
They had 3 players standing, by the way.
Indeed.
And he took down every single one of them.
Shows them who the daddy is. He's got a legit in his name, and he was pretty much legit there with that clutch. Legit being sent back to the lobby. And I don't know if that's going to be enough for them. As F1, they've also dealt with the imminent threat. 3 finishes secured in the bags. F1 also coming alive in the final stages of this tournament. In the phase of the open finals. But boy, oh boy, Necro, what have we signed in for? Actions happening left, right, and center. Look at Team Empire. Quite collected, quite composed. Have a nice area to play around with. Same can be said for the players of Future Stars. But let's not forget BotArmyEsports. They are a force to be reckoned with, and we've seen time and time again. These are the situations where they thrive. And what a day 3 they've had so far.
Hands down. F1. Bridger taking shots against Sketch. And Sketch's vehicle starts to now blowing up his wall. Working Sketch go. Man's out in the open. Luckily enough, he does move back to that ridge. Fragger's going to be there to save his teammate. He can collect him. F1 after wiping out the opponent's team. Blasty. Looking pretty good. Especially when we talk about Genesis. It is also one of those teams that is known in the community for such a long time. This banner does hold a lot of repetition. But if they do get eliminated from the open finals, a lot of the questions will be formed. So Genesis cannot afford to lose.
You know what?
They cannot be afford to get eliminated from the open final stage.
I somehow feel like GENxFS might have made it, because last we saw them on the overall standings, they'd already crossed past 60. And considering we're anticipating the cutoff to be somewhere around 55 to 60, if you're going based on that theory, maybe GENxFS would just squeeze themselves in the top 16. But still, of course, they would not want to leave things a chance. They would still going to do whatever is possible under their belt, because GENxFS, let's not forget, they had been quite stellar in the first 2 days. Even if they do not have those chicken dinners, but they had a lot of finishes to their names, enough to claim their stake at the challenge season. But look at this, RedxRoss, after dealing with a couple of players of Team Jelly this time, they've got their eyes pinned on the players of Medal. In fact, the final surviving member, legit. I have no idea, Necro, how on earth is he still breathing? Does he get away with murder with this one?
Yes, he does. He's found himself a piece of cover to work with. His vehicle smoking, that's a whole different thing, but still, at least for now, is going to be surviving. Legit just wants to squeeze himself inside of the circle, and I think so he will do so as well. RedxRoss, now they need to worry about the backlines, and in the backlines are the players of GENxFS. GENxFS are someone that's not going to let RedxRoss just get away from this spot like that. Arto and Beast, the final two surviving players, and even the same thing can be said for the players of GENxFS, considering there's only 2 players in the backlines. The rest, they're pretty scattered.
Look at this. RedxRoss still, they know they've got a task at hand. Of course, they have to enter inside the circle, and given the fact that Legit is somehow holding the doors, really does not make things easier, especially of man who is on a mission. He's on fire lately, taking down majority of the players of Team Legit all by himself, and now also dealing a huge blow to the entire team of RedxRoss. He is definitely a force to be reckoned with. But again, if we look at the bigger picture, if we take a look at the circle, the 2 favorite teams right now, of course, Team Empire and BotArmyEsports, they are starting to lock horns. One of the players has already been knocked out, but goes on to again make me think if Team Empire are actually going to commit in for the push, considering they have to leave their territory and the compound. Look at this rotation coming in from RedxRoss. They want to go right after the heads of the players of Team Empire, or are they going in blindfolded?
They indeed want to. Hold on, though. Hidden Ones in the close proximity of F1. And F1 is one of those teams that's not going to back away from any sort of fights. Instead, they want to take those. And F1 themselves, they found quite a great compound to play with. F2 inside of Picado. So if F1 gets a little bit too overeager, it's bad for them. But even Hidden Ones, they're still inside of this entire house, so everything does seem pretty good. Gian pushing up close and personal with the shotgun. He wants to put an end to Hidden One's story right here, right now. I'm not exactly sure how good of a decision this is going to be for Gian, but he's already taken down pretty low. He's barely surviving on a sliver of HP as another nade sails in. And the over-aggression from Gian is going to cost him his life. Man's knocked out, does not seem retrievable at all. So Gian's done and dusted at this point in time. Almost God, even he wants to be part of the fight. A few shots taken against Executor. HP chipped out. It's not going to do much, though. Bridger in the back lines. Even this man needs to be a bit careful. Executor in the front. Hidden Ones, they're definitely trapped. But the same thing can be said for the players of F1 too, considering as long as Hidden One's alive, they're not going to let the players of F1 survive with peace. And for some reason, still the man of F1 went for the revival on the fallen comrade, and instead end up giving his own life away. What a big throw this is.
Yeah, all they had to do was cut their limbs and still somehow going crippled, but they decided and eventually also lost an arm. This is a huge blunder coming in. I'm pretty sure he was almost a goner there. No chance getting Gian back up, but almost got. Forgot that he is merely mortal. Bridger, surely he's been the hero on multiple occasions for this team. has played such a key role. But when the pressure starts mounting, even he is starting to shake, even he is starting to tremble. For these underdogs, this tournament means a lot for them. And surely this is something that they might regret later on, as BotArmyEsports having no trouble dealing with two of the players of RedxRoss as legit. I mean, Necro, I cannot believe my eyes. How on earth is this man still breathing?
He's just a deserty snake, my friend. One with the mud. Or one with the sand, you can say. Hold on. Legit. He's got some evil plans cooking. Nade tossed. If this trajectory hits, then maybe something big can happen. But instead it does not. Legit's position was compromised. And with that, he finally gets taken down. His head was on the swivel since the start of the game. So of course not a lot could have been expected. But he still took down 3 players of the team legit. So that's a big thing as well. Sense boy. He wants to get rid of the player around him. It's going to be tough to do so, though. He's constantly tossing the util, the next nade. It's going to land right next to Joker. I'm not even sure what exactly Joker was doing there, but I'm pretty sure he did hear the footsteps, but still Joker did not react.
He watched as that grenade just flung over. And at that moment, he knew it was done. But the big question is, have M40 dug in enough? Have they gone deeper in order to ensure that they have also qualified, as GENxFM had a great time so far. Madrek, the final player surviving, still does not want to go without a fight as he makes good work of the players of Genesis. Acting a spoil sport, a valiant effort nonetheless. Almost taking down the other one as well. As Future Star still alive in this game, but Rockley giving his position away as Devotee. Finally aware that there is somebody lurking around him. As now Future Stars, they decide to somehow rendezvous, somehow take this fight against BotArmyEsports, but they also know this is going to be such an arduous task for them. As BotArmyEsports, they've got so much of cover to play around with Rockley. Bear in mind, has a nice flank angle. Of course, that smoke comes out from Devotee. A good measure ensuring that he does not get taken from the sidelines as Rockley. He wants to reunite with his friends. FS, they've got the numbers to work with, at least as of now. As Devotee, he's just getting chipped. Courtesy to all those grenades, but Devotee, he's had enough. Throws in that grenade, gets the knock, but gets traded right after as Scary Jord. He also comes into aid as Henry, still fighting, still somehow trying to keep his team alive.
Genesis, even they want to be part of this fight. Even they want to be someone who do steal a few elimination points away from this entire fight. But it's not going to be too easy. Still, it's BotArmy on the receiving end of things. And BotArmy can anytime flip the odds. They need to be a little bit more cautious. Sidelines, they need to be clear as well, considering Monty, he's going to be one of those players from the side of BotArmy who can play the X Factor. He's separated from the pack, and that's exactly what I was saying. He finds Sketch, and he instantly hands out the death blow as well. Now Monty is starting to put a lot of work against the players of Genesis. He's got the alpha angle to play with, and he's cooking hard. The 2 players from BotArmyEsports up close and personal against Future Stars, but the utilities of BotArmyEsports are starting to hurt. And Future Star, they need to create some sort of a distance between each other. Henry spams inside of that smoke, and he finds the knock with the shotgun. Beautiful stuff. Still 3 more players standing up close and personal against Future Star. As Monty on the off angle, he's making a lot of work happen against the players of Genesis single-handedly, and he's manhandling them.
He certainly is, but look at this. Things looking so much difficult for the players of Future Stars. As they have been cornered, the vehicles being blown open, and now the only ray of hope for them could be Genesis if Shiro strikes back. Of course, did rattle down the players of BotArmyEsports with a lot of bullets over there, but Monty always keeping him at bay. Finally, he takes a strike at their direction, but look at that. Future Stars, they also fire back at Shiro's direction. Now Shiro, having no means of escape, the only surviving member as Rockley is down on his knees. Reflex against all the odds. There he falls as well as BotArmyEsports on to another chicken dinner, a glorious one at that. 12 finishes already collected. Looking forward towards that 13 as Shiro gets another knock and a finish, eventually buying out, but still does leave no decisions changed, nothing changed as BotArmyEsports still.
Shiro had 6 grenades. If he wanted, he could have tossed them out anywhere. Even against the man who was pushing up close and personal, which was Monty, who had the off angle to play with. But still, for some reason, Shiro did not do anything. He decided to hold on to those 6 nades and just keep it to himself. Well, he could have tried and do something, but hey, I guess somewhere down the line, Shiro himself knew that he's not going to be able to come through as the victor anyways. So just try and do as much damage as possible. But BotArmyEsports, valiant effort, or maybe you can't say great positioning from their side, considering with the way they were able to position Monty on the off angle, and Monty was single-handedly taking down the players of Genesis. Man, I mean, you could not have asked for a better positioning from Monty.
It was an absolute delight to watch BotArmyEsports, especially as an entire team. Every single player knew their roles, had it all defined. They knew how to keep the teams at bay. Monty on one side, he was dealing with Shiro. He had kept him from entering inside the circle. Then you had the others also applying so much pressure onto it, the players of Future Stars. There was not even a moment where we could say maybe Future Stars got themselves back into this game. But now, putting BotArmyEsports aside, yes, we're going to see more of them. They have easily sailed through. They've easily qualified, might have also entered into the top 3. But now let's come back to matters at hand. For -40, are their days done? Even for Genesis, so. you had a little doubt in your heads. And I think that is exactly the reason why even Shiro survived till the very end. Getting a second position finish, trying to steal another finish point out of their opponent. I feel like they might have just edged through. But then we have to talk about the likes of Legit. We have to talk about so many of the others that bowed out. But you know what? My favorite player, who it was, had to be Legit from Medal Esports. Man, that boy refused to die.
The only surviving player from the side of Medal Esports. And he also took down the team that took down his team. So yeah, definitely, he has to be the best playmaker for Medal Esports in that certain game. But Prince, with this DMR, he was able to dish out a lot of damage against the foes, right? And it's not the first time we've seen Prince use such weapons. Even in the past, in one of the Erangel games, he was using M16A4 on single tap. So it was definitely quite a weird weapon choice. But hey, something that Prince loves to use, huh?
I think it really comes down to that extra little damage you get with that MK, and of course that stability. That gun is pretty stable. If you can be good with your taps, we've seen a lot of players mastering that. And I think, a little bit of a change is something that we would really welcome. I think I love the fact that people are now starting to wield MK12. I'm pretty sure he must have found an M4 or maybe a Scarrel, but still opting to go with that weapon. That is a breath of fresh air. But, Legit, coming back to him, not only that did he just wipe out Team Legit, the entirety of them, but also hurt RedxRoss quite a lot, taking down 2 of their players and still, making their lives hell. Did not really let them enter in head on. They had to rotate all the way around, and whilst, RedxRoss were even dealt with, this man, he was still breathing. But then there was another team, Necro, that we need to talk about, Hidden Ones, because I was checking the finish feed and we could see Executioner. He survived for quite some time, but do you think merely those survival points would be enough for Hidden Ones to make the cut?
I don't exactly remember where Hidden Ones was positioned before the last time when we saw the overall standings. I don't exactly remember how many points they had, so it's really tough for me to say if they've qualified or not. But yeah, Executor was definitely trying his best to survive. In the final few moments, he did try to make the run for the safe zone as well, but unfortunately got taken down by the play zone. He was way too far away, so yeah, over there, I definitely do think that Hidden Ones can qualify. Once again, barely inching the top 16. But Genesis, they've definitely qualified. With that performance in the top 2, Genesis, without a doubt, I think so we're going to see them in the challenge season.
And what about Future Stars? Have they made the cut?
No.
That's going to be...
They were way too far back. Because day 1 and day 2, Future Star was nowhere to be seen. And then on day 3, an okay performance. But just on one day, if you're performing in one game, it's really not going to count at all. The match MVP is going to be Monty Bay, considering that off angle from Monty, he was able to rack up a lot of eliminations, so he got 6 finishes and the finish contribution of 50% in his team, and also the map impact of 10%.
I'm loving this new BotArmyEsports, whatever we're getting to see. And yes, of course, an counter argument would definitely come in. Yes, they're still yet to be tested, but so far, so good for BotArmyEsports, considering how they played in day 1 and their transition and how quickly they adapted themselves in day 2 and 3 and soaring high. I'm pretty sure they might have entered in top 3 also, getting 2 chicken dinners today. As a matter of fact, but going all out, best companion, yeah, of course, great. We appreciate that. Congratulations, Monty and Lucifer. But yes, even for RedxRoss, nothing too much to worry about. Now, coming back, we've got Diesel. Now, this is a team that you were really vouching that they might have made through. And that one chicken dinner had them cross past 60. But right after that game, we saw so many of the other teams also bouncing back. So raises a lot of questions if they've made it through.
I don't think so. Diesel Esports is going to qualify. I don't think so. It's really tough for Diesel Esports to move on forward, and looking at the overall standing, especially the last time when we saw Diesel Esports, they were way too much on the end of the top 16. So the consistency wasn't exactly there the way we expected Diesel Esports to bring on the board. Even if they have qualified, they will be on the 16th spot, just barely separated from 1 or 2 points. And Diesel Esports, they did make it. These are the qualified teams to the challenge season, and 16 more teams will be invited in the challenge season itself. So that means it's going to be a fun affair.
Oh my goodness, look at how the tables have flipped. Teams that were languishing at the very bottom, you talk about Team Empire, DOD, Esports, minus 40, even hidden ones. They've also qualified, even the likes of Legit. That means we do not have the likes of SPA Esports. They were the recent BMPS grand finalists, found a new org, and there's no result. Talk about such a huge shocker. I don't know if it is complacency, if it was just them maybe complaining about not having enough games, or maybe going up against a lobby that they did not know much about. But I think they can leave the crying for later. But as a matter of fact, the headlines are here. They're out of this tournament.
It does not matter what sort of excuses you give, because every other team in the lobby was pretty much playing on the same format you were playing. They were pretty much playing on the same circumstances you were playing. So, yeah, definitely, man. You're out. And that too, just from the open finals, from the first stage of the tournament. That is definitely going to be a major shocker, as you mentioned, considering they also got an org, and still we did not really see the performance that we all wanted to see. Then definitely it's a major shocker, and it's something the players need to go back and look at the mirror and try and understand what exactly went wrong inside of the open finals. Because if they're not able to perform against the weaker links, then imagine what's going to happen when you move on towards the challenge season, where teams are going to be much more prepared and where teams are going to be much more experienced.
And ideally, they should have been dominating the stage. You've had the likes of Gujarat Tigers, Team Chelly. I mean, these are the ones that never saw the day of the grand finals. They were really never the favorites, and it was all about the hustle story, right? Getting your heads back right, making sure whatever errors you were making, you need to work on it. And look at Team Jelly, look at Gujarat Tigers. Day number 1, Gujarat Tigers had a horrendous day.
Yeah.
And day number 2, they recovered. And there were so many others, even when we take a look at the others, even when you look at the underdogs, I think DOD, they've been in the scene for quite some time.
Definitely, man, especially Hydra by the Hydras. We also did see SBA, and now a few more known names were not able to qualify, including 7 Habit, man. 7 Habit is also one of those teams that we've seen in the pro circuit for such a long time, and even they failed to qualify. We've got the overall standings on the screen, and Genesis, with that performance, they managed to achieve 82 points in total. So yeah, solid performance without a doubt. And Team Empire, they qualified on 54th. Oh my god, I mean, for Team Empire, generally speaking, I did not expect them to qualify with 54 points only.
You know, by the skin of their teeth. And imagine, when you have got the likes of Hyderabad Hydras also not in, and Team Empire, I think this is sheer resilience, the never give up attitude, because before this day began, they were literally at the bottom 4. And some might even argue they were very close to just single digits. But despite that, still surviving, you know, sort of playing under tremendous pressure, and to somehow still qualify. There you have it, SPA, just 3 points short. And then you've got the likes of Eternity. Asla, Team Blasty. But, I want to talk about Eternity a little bit because day number one, I think, we both were talking so highly for this team. And suddenly day number two comes in. Was it the complacency that took over? Because they were found missing in the lobby, and in day number three, there was not much for them to really salvage.
I don't exactly think so. It was the complacency. Eternity performing on day one, understandable. But on day two, the competition just got a bit more tougher. And it did not feel like Eternity did their homework properly. And that's one of the main reasons why they choked in day two. You speak of day three, Eternity was constantly going for the drop clashes, even though they tried to change their drop location. That means they just did not do their research. They did not know where teams like to drop. And that's one of the main reasons why Eternity choked day two and day three.
I think the same goes for SPA Esports also. I think we were ranting about it, literally, if you remember, in that penultimate game yesterday, that SPA Esports just had a drop collision fight. And in Sanhok, that is again going to happen. And they take it. I don't know if they were being too cocky or they were just too stubborn. Whatever the case was, they were clapped back. It was BotArmyEsports that quite easily wiped them out inside of Ruins. And I do not know if they finally came back to their senses. But now that they go over, watch the VODs and review their games, they must be cussing themselves. And imagine even how do they answer back to their orgs. Like just recently, when times are so tough, they did find a banner and now they failed to qualify in what could be one of the biggest tournaments of this year.
Exactly. I'm loving this bot army though, Fixes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we have been watching this banner perform in the official tournaments too. They do qualify and always from the open qualifiers. And still, they do not really manage to make it till the late stages. But this new BotArmyEsports, it does feel like they've sort of reignited a new hope in our hearts. And maybe we might just see them in the challenge finals as well. Anything can happen. BotArmyEsports, maybe they can't choke in the challenge season when they're going to face off against some of the T1 teams that are going to get a direct invite. Anything can happen. There's a lot of the question marks that are still running through my head. Hyderabad Hydras, one of the top contenders, not qualifying. Even that's quite of a big bummer and a shocker for us.
After this tournament, I feel like we're going to have some more major switcheroos going on. But I don't know what lies ahead for Hyderabad Hydras. But one thing I know for sure, folks, is that the open finals are finally over. We've gotten our top 16 teams, and they would be going up against 16 invited teams. And that is going to happen next week. So till then, it is me, Fixes, and Necro bidding our adieus. You all have a great Christmas and a happy New Year.
So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Battleground thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Battleground thing.
It's